Hello. Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about the most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet, the dinosaurs. But today, in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature, at less than 2 meters tall. It is the paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology, we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
The same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch. Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Indeed. Thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And what is this, Darth Jacoby?
I'll tell you another way.
Appreciate those 16 months of support. Thank you for that. Good stuff. You're not gruesome, Darth Jacoby. Thank you for your continued support, allowing me to do this full time. I appreciate that more than you know. I apologize for being a little bit late today. This often happens on Tuesdays. I was attending a seminar talk in Berkeley, and taking the train and then the bus back. You know, it takes a while. So, but we're here now, and we're gonna have a fun stream. We're gonna be talking about the Endangered Species Act today, because it is currently under threat by the current presidential regime here in the United States. We'll be talking about that and what you at home can do to help save the Endangered Species Act. So stay tuned for that. But if it's your first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils.
It's squashed completely flat
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall
How
of a
thin?
dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
I just saw Kevin Padian today. Had a nice conversation.
Observation.
With him
You
in
couldn't
Berkeley.
see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Oh, it's frequently the conclusion here. Hamster Rain, thank you for the 3 months of support. And Nebraska Farmer, thank you for the 9 months of support. Really appreciate both of you. Thank you for helping keep me here online. As I was saying, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a paleontologist. I mostly work on dinosaurs, hence the moniker dinosaur paleontologist. Doesn't mean that I am a dinosaur. I'm not, unfortunately. But I do work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about here on Twitch for much of the time, and also what I dig up during the summers, and this year the autumn too. Many of you were here for our fieldwork live streams this year. 11 weeks! 11 weeks in the field this year. 11 weeks. Streaming almost every day. I'm gonna see if we can make it even more next year. We'll see. But, yeah, the whole point of these broadcasts is to bring natural history to you at home. With a heavy emphasis on fossils, particularly dinosaurs, but paleontology gives us an incredible perspective that no other science really can. It informs us about what our planet was like, going back millions, hundreds of millions, even billions of years into the past. Like the old phrase goes, you can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. In order to understand the present, potentially predict the future, we have to know something about the past.
These plant eaters or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
I like totals too. Petrodactylus, thank you so much for the 39 months of support. Appreciate you. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Yeah. And Mini Pie, how are you doing? She is come to collect rent. This is one of my landlords here. Ms. Mini Pie. And who have we got here? Lacey282. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. I haven't seen that name here before. Star Killer 1987. Hello, hello. It comes from an early draft of the Star Wars script, doesn't it? It was supposed to be Luke's surname in the first few drafts, as I recall. Yeah. Who else have we got here in the chats? I saw Claire Burr, the Lenina, Bunch, Matt M33, C Go Stream, Dr. Hubs Golganek, Chili Head, Taxdo, MH Goblin, Digital Dak, Hamster Rain, Gopher Fluffernut, Crimson Carnotaurus, Dark Muppeteer, Jazzy Cat, Ebo Nikana, hello, hello, Johnny Kilo, and Bush Doctor, and Diatoms Attack, the usual chatters. There you go. Yeah. I've seen that one, the usual chatters. In the end, it was Kaiser Permanente all along. You know? Twist ending. It's good to see everybody. And we ought to pay our landlord here real quick before we start off with today's topic. Yeah. Glad you're here, everybody. What are you up to, Minnie? Huh? Come here to demand payment? I think she has. Taxdu says my Twitch recap. Oh, that's right. That just came out, didn't it? We'll probably talk about that. Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just one top? I mean, well, it's a wide-ranging topic today, Diatoms Attack, and we'll be talking about a bunch of other stuff. It's a live broadcast. You never know where things are going to go. But, yeah. How are you doing, Spaceberry? Hello. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, let's get some treats for you, huh? Gotta pay our rent here. Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? Huh? Yeah. Look at those. And there's another one. Good stuff. Punch him up. Good for your teeth. Crunch those things. And Soloris is my Twitch recap. Had this channel as my most watched channel as well. Well, well, well. My goodness. Anywho. Yeah. And Lacey282, what's your kitty's name? I don't have a cat. This is Minnie Pie. She's one of my landlords. She lived here before I moved in. And I gotta stay on her good side so she doesn't evict me. Minnie Pie. Yeah, this is Minnie Pie. There's also Moon Pie and Sweetie Pie. It's a theme. They have a bit of a cabal, I guess you could say. 3 of them. Yeah. Anyhow. Minnie Pie is particularly feisty and mischievous. Moon Pie is kind of aloof and world-weary. Sweetie Pie is sweet and goofy. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. They have kind of like a rock, paper, scissors thing going on in terms of like a dominance hierarchy. They each cancel out another, like, they each boss around another one. It's really funny how it works. It's like rock, paper, scissors. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and Control Alt Cassidy says, Danny, thank you for using your platform to argue for the Endangered Species Act. You bet. Absolutely. I'm passionate about this. You'll see that today. I follow several wolf conservation and coyote study groups, says Control Alt Cassidy, and we need help. We need to help warden for these species so they can recover. Absolutely. Yellowstone change since the reintroduction of wolves has been almost miraculous. Yeah, we might even talk about that a bit today. The way that the rivers in Yellowstone National Park have changed course because of the knock-on effect of the reintroduction of wolves? Like, how in the world can wolves showing up change the course of a river? Remind me, and we'll talk about this later, chat. When we get to it. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Ecology is so fascinating. And Diatom says, I talk about the ESA frequently in my classes. Now it is always under attack. It's maddening sometimes. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that. In fact, well, here, before we do that, let's do a Blue Sky post before I forget. There we go. Screenshot. Let's see how goofy this looks, or if it's usable. There we go. Ah, that'll work. I'm not embarrassed by that. Let's crop it up. There we go. Come on, Winders. Save as. There we go. Alright. That posted. Let the world know that we are live. We're live on hashtag Twitch. Focused on the Endangered Species Act. Why is the ESA under threat right now? And what can we do to save it? Join us to chat about this important topic. And revel in some natural history camaraderie at the same time. Whoop. At twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. So, alt text Twitch screenshot. Me in my office. On the wall behind me are a 1/3 size 3D printed leatherback turtle, a horseshoe crab, a sawfish rostrum, and a Smilodon skull. All 3D printed, of course. There we go. Let's get rid of that 3D printed right there. And looking good. Paleontologizing is spelled correctly. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And howdy, Ken. How are you doing? Hope things are good, Ken. It's good to see you. I need to contact you about my potential trip to Denver, Colorado, as we start to plan that out. But it's a shame you will have already have. Well, it's not a shame you will have moved to New York. I'm really excited and happy for you. I wish I could have come to Denver earlier, but anyway, I hope you're doing well, Ken. I hope your holidays are off to a good start. But yeah. And Lacey says, I recently learned of the vaquita struggle. Were you there in Casey Snowart's streams? I'm so proud of what Casey's been able to do, all the awareness she's been able to raise about that incredible critter. Yeah. Anywho, before we get into Metazoa, which we actually might need to do Metazoa later, because I think we might still be on yesterday's. Oh wait, no, we're not. Okay, never mind. No, let's do Metazoa now, and then we'll get into the Twitch recap thing. Good stuff. But yeah. And we had an excellent turkey day, Confused Echidna. I had ravioli for dinner. But beforehand, we did a special stream talking all about turkeys, talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds, all that good stuff. Anyway. Birds are, of course, living dinosaurs. I show off this chart a lot, because we as scientists, the way that we classify living things is based on not vibes, not vague appearance or anything like that. It's based on phylogeny, based on the evolutionary relationships of these creatures. When we say that birds are dinosaurs, we mean that birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. That's why they are, by definition, dinosaurs. Birds are up here, and their ancestry can be traced back to the theropod dinosaurs, which can be traced back to the ancestor of all dinosaurs. Whether or not something is or is not a dinosaur is entirely dependent on whether it evolved from that original dinosaur. If it did, then it is a dinosaur. If it did not, then it is not a dinosaur. So this is how we classify living things as scientists. In this game, Metazoa here helps teach that concept, which is why I'm eager to play it every day that we remember to here on stream. So the point of this game is to guess the mystery animal of the day. It's sort of like Wordle, that word guessing game, except here we've got a mystery animal. And rather than like matching up letters, instead we're using an evolutionary family tree to narrow down what the mystery animal is. So we're going to try and get it in fewer than 20 guesses. I'm actually going to try and do it in fewer than 6 guesses. And let's start it.
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. So the way that it works is we guess an animal here. You type it into the little box. And then this game will show us the most exclusive evolutionary clade, meaning like the smallest group on the evolutionary family tree that includes our guess and the mystery animal. So if we get really close with the first guess, it's going to be a really small group with not very many species. If we're not close, it'll be like, oh boy, you're nowhere close. There's a million different species in it. You know, you'll see how it works. So I like to start with a placental mammal, and we already have one from Dr. Terra. I think lion is a good place to start. This game is kind of heavily tilted toward birds and especially mammals. I usually like to start with a mammal just because, I don't know, just by the numbers, it's usually a mammal. Not usually, but more often than, I'd say the plurality of these critters are mammals. And lion's a good one to start. Lion is a placental mammal, doesn't have a pouch, doesn't lay eggs like a monotreme. Let's start off with lion and see if we get anywhere close there. And okay, it's not a lion, but it is, I love this, a bony fish. So, not quite a lion, but it is still, like a lion, a bony fish. And you might be asking yourselves, What? 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 A bony fish? A lion isn't a bony fish. No. A lion is a bony fish, and we'll talk about why. All vertebrate animals are fish. I'll show you. Lions do have bones, it's true. Starkiller, yeah. Yeah, and every critter with bones is a fish, like by definition. I'll show you what I mean. Here's our tree of life at onezoom.org. This is a great like visual aid for this kind of thing. Let's jump down to animals. Metazoa here. And hey, Dyson Dinosaur, how you doing, Filippo? Hello, hello. Alright, Metazoa are the animals. And then within that, we've got a bunch of different groups. Let's go down to Nephrozoa, Protostomes, Deuterostomes. That's what we want. And then chordates, these are the vertebrates and their relatives. These are essentially all, I guess by the time you get to here, they're all fish, the vertebrates. Go further down, the jawed vertebrates. So these are basically all the fishes except for things like lampreys and hagfish and stuff like that. Bony vertebrates, Utiliostomai. And this is, yeah, there we go, Utiliostomai. Also known as osteichthyes, the bony fishes. Every single one of these critters is a bony fish, not just the char and the moray eel, but also penguins, lemurs, frogs, birds. They're all fish. Lobe-fin fishes, including tetrapods. Tetrapods are animals that live on land that have bones and limbs. At least ancestrally they have limbs. Some of them lost them, like the Caecilian. But anyway. This is the clade that Metazoa is telling us about. So, we guessed lion, and Metazoa says, oh, sorry, can't do lion. Best I can do for you is Utiliostomai. The bony fishes. So that could be any one of these critters, except, if we're being clever about this, we know it's not a Sarcopterygian fish, or else it would have said that. The most specific it can get is here, the bony vertebrates, which tells us that it's got to be some kind of Actinopterygian fish. These are the ray-finned fishes. Chances are, if you're thinking of, like, if you close your eyes and think of a fish, chances are it's going to be a ray-finned fish. Unless you're thinking of a shark or a stingray or something like that, it's going to be a ray-finned fish, most likely. Unless you're thinking of a lungfish or a coelacanth. Ray-finned fishes, there's 34,000 species or more of these guys. So with one guess, we did manage to narrow it down from over 1 million species down to just 34,000, which is pretty good. But now the challenge is, what kind of rayfin fish is it? Let's try some kind of teleost fish. And go from there, like maybe clownfish? So that's 2 words, clownfish. No? They call it anemone fish? Weird. It could also be something like a sturgeon, but I kind of doubt it. I'm guessing it's, just by the numbers, it's probably some kind of teleost. So the teleosts are here. We had seahorse recently, I think. But I doubt it's going to be a seahorse. But... yeah, why are we not pulling up a clownfish? Why is that not fish? There we go. Let's search by genus name and see if that comes up. Better. And there we go. That's weird. Why do these guys not have common names? What the heck? It's almost like they didn't finish this part of the tree. There's no pictures or anything. Bizarre. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, that's a good place to start because this is going to be a kind of teleost fish, right? Oh yeah. Yep, part of Euteleostes, so they are teleost. Let's try clownfish. Clownfish. And we'll go from there. Okay. It's a percomorph fish, so it's part of the perch group. We found the tree back room. I guess so, Marika, yeah. Anywho, it is a percomorph fish. So let's go to Percomorpha. There we go, the percomorphs. So we know it's somewhere in here. We can try and be clever about this. So we guessed clownfish, and it says, nope, best I can do for you is Percomorphus. Percomorphaceae. Percomorpha, okay. So that's any number of these fishes. Tuna, seahorses, gobies, cichlids, flatfish, wrasse, perches, anglerfish, and pufferfish. Let's see where tuna show up on here. Because that might be a place to start, yeah. Let's try that. No. That didn't help us at all. We know it's not a tuna, but it didn't get us anywhere closer. Don't tell me that there's no subgroupings under... oh, boy. Ooh. This is one of the shortcomings of this game, is it doesn't have all of the different, like, subclades programmed in. Try pufferfish? They're a kind of tetrodontiform. No! Ugh! We're just getting a massive polytomy here in planistic terms. And it was pufferfish recently, wasn't it, Chaotic Kitten? I was hoping that would at least get us closer. Because what it should be doing is saying, like, okay, well, these fishes are part of different clades and it should group them together, but it's not doing that. They're just all coming out from this central point, and that doesn't get us anywhere closer. That's really frustrating. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, I've been stuck in Percamorpha for 4 guesses. I'm going crazy. Shoot. And Dyson Dinosaur, you weren't able to guess it? Uh-oh. Huh. Shoot. Oh. We're 4 guesses in, and we're stuck in Percamorpha. Let's see who else they have. Do they have perch? They do have perch. They don't have wrasse. Okay. They do have several kinds of eel. Are eels percamorphs? It might not be. Oh, eels are not. Okay. That's good to know. Again, Percamorpha, for fish, tuna, seahorses, gobies, cichlids, flatfish, wrasse, perches, anglerfish. Let's try anglerfish. Where did they show up? Yeah, they're right down here. Let's try anglerfish.
Hold on to your butts.
No! Well, at least we know it's not part of Eupercaria here. So... Wait, but according to this source, this is the same clade. Oh boy. So this is either the game is out of date or... that's frustrating. Shoot. I want something like a wolffish. Do they have that? They do not. They do have perch. So pufferfish and anglerfish, let's figure this out. Let's go to Tetradontidae. This is pufferfish, and let's figure out the clade that they share with anglerfish, which might be Tetradontiformes. Sister taxon to the anglerfish order Lophiformes. So Tetraodontiformes and Lophiformes form this clade here. That's what we should... Okay. So ignore Eupercaria. This should be... whatever, a subclade there, I guess. Okay, okay. Good to know. So we know it's not a mola, like a sunfish. We know it's not a boxfish, pufferfish, porcupine fish, triggerfish. It's not a humu humu nuku nuku apua'a. Humu humu nuku nuku apua'a. There we go. It's the Hawaiian name. No, it's not one of these guys. Where do perch show up? Let's try perch. You know? Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Perch. No! And how are perch part of... so it's something more basal than that. It's not a leafy or weedy sea dragon. They don't have that in here. Tuna, seahorses, gobies, cichlids, flatfish. What are flatfish? Is this a halibut or is this a... Yeah, flounder, halibut. Okay, okay. Could be this. Let's... And are they more basal? Let's see. Flatfish, nope. Flounder, halibut, flounder. Okay, this could be it. This could be it. Lukai says still saying try a swordfish. I don't know if swordfish are part of Parcomorphaceae. Swordfish, billfish, and sailfish are Carangiformes. They are part of Percomorpha. Okay. Oh. Darn, there's so many. I'm gonna try flatfish first, or flounder. And it's not getting us anywhere closer. We could try swordfish. Nope. This is really tricky. This is really tricky. And we are just hemorrhaging guesses here. This is really bad. Well, we know that clownfish and tuna are outgroups to this clade that we're looking for, as are Eupercaria and Carangaria. Carangiformes. So we know it's not going to be one of these critters. It's not a remora. I think part of this, what makes it so tricky, is a lot of these groups are probably in flux. Like, their classification changes every once in a while as new papers come out. Could it be a stickleback? Nope, those are not sticklebacks. Okay. Could it be a snakehead? So we know it's not part of this clade. Carangaria, Carangiformes. This is really tricky. Goodness, we don't normally get stuck like this. This is... Maybe a rockfish? There's so many species of them. Rockfish is not on here. Let's see. Where are the seahorses? There is a slight chance it could be a seahorse again. We just had that recently, didn't we? We haven't tried that yet. And I don't think they have cichlids, Chaotic Kitten. We can check. Nope. They don't have cichlids. Try seahorse. And goldfish, says Golganek. So they are part of the carp family. Are those perciforms? Percomorpha? I don't think carp are part of this clade. There's goldfish. There we go. Hammer carp. Cyprinidae. Cypriniformes. So they are not part of Percomorpha. So it can't be a goldfish. Let's see. Let's try seahorse, I guess. They're fairly early diverging, aren't they? No. We've never done this poorly. Sea bass, says Chaotic Kitten. Do they have? They don't have sea bass. They do have bass, but I'm not sure if bass are part of Perciformes. Let's Percomorpha. They are part of Percomorpha. Okay. Let's try that. Try bass. Oh boy. Nope, they're part of Eupercaria. Oh boy. So let's go back to Percomorpha. And let's look at our early branching clades here. Again, 18,000 species. Like, it could be a lot of different things. Cusks, it's not gonna be one of those. Toadfish, they're not gonna have that. Gemfish. Cardinalfish. Dartfishes. Try herring. Herring is an option. Various species of forage fish belong to the order Clupeiformes.
Trajune.
It's not going to be Troodon. Hey Marv, how you doing? Odocephalans. I'm not totally sure that herrings are part of this, but what about sardine? They're part of the herring suborder. Okay.
Trajune.
This is so confusing. What mackerel? I would think that mackerel would group in with tuna, right? Are they related? It's confusing because so many of these different clades, like, there are fishes on opposite sides of the fish family tree that might have the same common name. There's mackerels there. And are they close to tuna? Where are salmon? Salmonidae, Seminiformes. Teleosteae. But I don't think that they're part of Percomorpha.
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Amelia Bedelia, thank you so much for the 45 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. And this is tricky. Wrasses. .600 species of wrasses. This is so tough. I wonder if it could be like a parrotfish. Parrotfish, they don't have. Nope. Sheephead, they don't have. Shoot. This is really tricky. Yeah, so mackerel and tunas are both part of Scombroidii. Dolphin fishes, like mahi-mahi. But they are Carangiformes, and our critter is not part of that group. It's got to be more basic. Perchiformes, that includes sea bass and groupers. And we have bass there. That's not sea bass. Sea bass isn't really like a proper name. This is frustrating. Do they have grouper? They don't have grouper. And they don't have sea bass, right? Where do you look? They don't have them. What the heck? What could it be? It's not an anglerfish. We tried that. Pufferfish. Can't be a barracuda because it's part of Carangiformes. We know it's not part of that clade. We tried seahorses and it's not part of that one either. What in the world? I don't think they have bluefish chaotic kitten. We could try, but... Nope. Nope. And it wouldn't be a pipefish halation effect because they're closely related to seahorses. And seahorse didn't get us any closer. That is have goby, do they? Nope. They don't have dace. Think of everything I know about fishes like this. Fishes. Never even heard of those half beaks. Flying fishes. Galaniformes. I wonder. Flying fish. Ooh, could it be? We've got 10 guesses left. This is honestly like the worst we've ever done. But could it be flying fish? Let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
Really frustrating. Yeah. Have we ever done the thing where we've actually asked for a hint? I mean, we'd burned 3 guesses in doing that. But I think you haven't. Do we? Let's look through our list a little bit more. We will get this. So we know it's not part of Ovalentaria here. Flying fish and clownfish together form a clade. Yes, we know it's not part of this group here. And we know it's not part of this group here. Are the knife fish part of this group? They are not. So, like, electric eel, that's right out. That's not going to be that. Stonefish. Rockfish. Nope, they don't have either of those. Scorpionfish, they don't have that either.
It's squashed
Toothfish.
completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter.
Figment
A
pudding,
dirter
thank
is
you
one
for
of
the
those
9
things you get
months
at the
of
end of the
support.
paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirt.
Appreciate
Well,
that.
that's what this thing is like.
Thank you, Figment Pudding, for the 9 months of support. Keeping me online for that long. Appreciate you. Good stuff.
Dirter.
Maybe a toothfish? Also known as Chilean sea bass. That's a marketing term for the Patagonian toothfish. Yeah. Chilean sea bass. That's a name that they made up to make it sound more appetizing. Patagonian toothfish, I guess, just didn't sound fancy enough. Anywho. They don't have that. Can't be that. Let's see. You know what? I don't want to spend all day doing this. We're gonna ask for a hint. Oh, hint. Okay, that'll probably do it. Anabantaria. It's within that clade. What?
What?
Alright, let's see. Maybe it's one of these. Are these all extinct? What?
What?
Oh boy. Snakeheads. I think we already tried that, right? It's not a snakehead. We don't have that. Kissing fish. We could try that. I don't have that either. Gouramis. I don't have that either. Climbing perches. Leaf fishes. Chameleon fishes. This one doesn't even have a common name. This can't be right. That's not the right name. Fish tree of life. Ontario. This is like. This is really tricky. Okay. This has some of the ones that we were looking at earlier. It's not like a mud skipper, is it? Oh. Oh. Are mud skippers... part of Percomorpha? They're part of the Goby family. Oh, it's gonna be that, isn't it? Gobiformes are part of Percomorpha. That's gotta be it, right? That's gotta be it. And they're probably pretty basal on the tree, right? Like, they're not gonna be as derived as something like, tuna. It's gotta be a mud skipper. And they don't have mud skipper? Is it 2 words? Mud skip. I thought that had to be it. One true for the clade group. Yeah, Lenina, let's do that. Anabantaria, I think. Gouramis, swamp eels. And what else? Okay, yeah, I should have done this earlier. I'm getting ahead of myself. Swamp eels, armored sticklebacks. Electric eel, fire eel, moray eel. Is fire eel one of these? What in the world is a fire eel? It's not a true eel, but extremely elongated fish. Okay, that is part of this clade. fire eel? I guess... Let's give it a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
That was incredibly difficult, and I did not even know that this animal existed. But we got it. We got it. The iconic fire eel. Yeah, you know, the fire eel. Everybody loves the fire eel. Back home on the block, some of my best friends were fire eels, you know? Every kid said, you know what I want for Christmas? I want a fire eel. Fire eel. Look at this! Look at this mess! Look at what you did, Metazua. Nebraska farmer says, I used to keep that exact species in an aquarium. Really? I'm a little exasperated here, so I almost want to ask if this is even a real creature. Like, I've certainly never heard of a fire eel before. But let's look it up. Fire eel. Wow, they're really big. Look at one compared to that guy right there. Yeah, look at how big it is compared to this guy. I guess they are well known in the aquarium trade, but I'm not really seeing any videos about them from like a natural history perspective. It's all just like, here's me feeding a gigantic fire eel in captivity. Goodness. I guess we're not going to be able to find very much information on them in a video format. Here's a video of somebody feeding one. They are really cool looking. Yeah. Firefest eel. There you go. Avocado, yeah. Yeah. Wow. I gotta say, this is the first time that I think that we've ever gotten a metazoa animal that I didn't know. I wasn't familiar with them. I didn't know they existed. At the very least, it's the first vertebrate we've come across like that. But yeah, what a cool critter. Yeah, really neat. Look at that. Claire Burst says, your average was doing okay, and then the fire eel attacked. Yeah. I would make that joke on Blue Sky, but I don't want to give away what the animal is. To anybody who hasn't played it today. But you know what? Just for the sake of openness and honesty, we should post this to Blue Sky. Yeah, let's do it. It was not a good showing. And we'll do an upside down smiley face. Is openness spelled correctly? There should be one P in openness, right? Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And yeah, Claire, that was really tricky. That was really tricky. It was an eel that's not actually an eel. It's a percomorph eel. Whatever. Goodness. There's a video with facts about the fire eel. All right.
For its elongated black body with streaks of red, yellow, and orange starting from its head and a very bright red color outer.
Petrodactylus says, I thought it was actually kind of rad that there was something more obscure in the game. Leads to a maddening yet fun, tough match where I learned something new. I learned something new as well. I guess I shouldn't be so up in arms about this. Like, I get to learn about a cool new critter, you know? Yeah. And I don't think they're related to arowana. I think arowana are far more basal on the tree. Like,
Her tail rims. This guy will surely add beauty to an aquarium. Now, this fellow right here is actually my fourth fire eel, and it is about 20 to 22 inches in length.
Oh, in the same aquarium. Oh, maybe.
I got it from one of the most reputable and trusted fish stores here in the Philippines.
Huh. Anyway, cool. You know, I'll give you a link to this video if you'd like to learn more about fire eels. There you go. Yeah. Maybe we'll take a look at that Twitch recap, or maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Let's do that tomorrow. We've got stuff to attend to today. I started late. Let's get into the Endangered Species Act. And we're going to do our best to remain optimistic and cheery today, despite the fact that the Endangered Species Act is currently under attack by the current presidential regime here in the United States. Here, a quick little intro to what we'll be talking about today.
The Trump administration tonight is also rolling back protections for imperiled animal species and their habitat. The changes to the Endangered Species Act regulations were proposed yesterday. They include eliminating the blanket rule that automatically protects animals and plants classified as threatened. This comes as oil and gas industries push to strip away regulations that impede development.
So, here's what's going on. The Endangered Species Act, which has been incredibly successful, absolutely vital for preventing the extinction of species native to the U.S., the Trump administration says, you know, we don't really like that. In fact, we'd like to see all of these areas get paved over, sold off to the highest bidder. You know, what we really want is more fossil fuel extraction. We want to continue putting more greenhouse gases up into the atmosphere. We want to really supercharge this whole climate change, global warming thing that we've got going on, you know? Because short-term profits are the most important thing, you know? We're all about mortgaging our children's futures. We really want to wreck our planet Earth while we can get rich doing it, because that's the most important thing, is to get rich. Let's destroy the planet so that I guess we can buy a fourth super yacht or whatever. Just, I don't know. I was already kind of up here, and now we're doing this, and it just,
Environmentalists warn the changes would delay efforts to save species like the San Joaquin kit fox and monarch butterfly.
So I don't know if I'm gonna presume that at this point most of us here in this community already care about the world around us. We care about natural environments and the organisms which inhabit them. We have a soft spot in our hearts for critters, you know? I don't think you'd be here if that weren't the case. My apologies to any investment bankers or you know, oil company executives. Sorry, did I say apologies? I think I misworded that. Curses. I offer you my strongest curses. Anyway, let's talk a bit about the Endangered Species Act and how it came to be in the first place. But yeah, Bruce Lee. Yeah. Yeah. Here.
The Endangered Species Act.
So this is put together by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, rather. This might seem a little bit dry, but this is important information to kind of understand what the Endangered Species Act is, and as an extension, why it's important. You know?
On December 28th, 1973, President Nixon signed the Endangered...
I like this cartoon Nixon that they have here. Some of you might be surprised to learn that one of the United States' most disgraced presidents was the one who actually signed the Endangered Species Act into law. This was a Nixon thing. And we'll be watching a video in a little bit from, I think, the Richard Nixon Library or something, just kind of like celebrating this. It's like, look at this great, like Nixon actually did a good thing. That's going to be kind of funny, but we'll watch that in a little bit.
Species Act into law.
Yeah.
In his signing statement, President Nixon wrote,
and I love this. I mean, like, this is the kind of thing where, you know, I feel like I could high five Nixon over this. Take a look.
Nothing is more priceless and more worthy of preservation than the rich array of animal life with which our country has been blessed.
Can you imagine somebody from this political party saying this kind of thing today? Can you imagine that? That is sweet of him, isn't it, Claire? I just want to give him a hug, you know?
It is a many-faceted treasure, of value to scholars, scientists, and nature lovers alike, and it forms a vital part of the heritage we all share as Americans.
And I couldn't agree more. I mean, holy cow. Times have changed, you know? Dick Nixon wrote this, or at least a speechwriter wrote it for him. And he signed off on it, you know? Yeah. I honestly don't know, was Nixon left or right? Nixon was kind of profoundly far right, at least on certain things. He's remembered as a far right figure in American politics. Although he would be miles to the left of the current Republican Party as it stands right now. Anywho.
The Endangered Species Act, also referred to as the ESA, is one of the most powerful environmental laws passed by Congress.
Yep.
The purpose of the ESA is to protect and recover imperiled species and the ecosystems upon which they depend.
So the ecosystems part is incredibly important. We'll be getting to that later because one of the proposed changes from this current presidential administration is just removing all of the changing the definition of harm and removing the habitat protections part, where it's like, yeah, you can completely cut down the forest and destroy the habitat of an endangered species as long as you're not walking up to that species and shooting it in the back of the head execution style, you know? Almost anything short of that would be, as I understand it, would be fine under the changes they're trying to make.
Like any other laws, the ESA has multiple sections. In this video, we will look at how the law is structured and how each piece is a tool towards conservation.
So we'll return to this video because it's going to get a little bit into the weeds here. But first, I want you to understand the significance of this and what the Endangered Species Act has been able to accomplish before we get into this part. So we're going to be skipping across the different videos here. I feel like that's the most engaging way to present this information. So I'm thinking about everybody watching right now going, I don't want to sit through an 18-section rundown of, you know, complicated bureaucratic law. I want to explain why it's important first, show what it's done. You know, I think it's important when we're teaching subjects like this. You gotta hit people here in the heart before you can hit them here in the brain, so to speak. I don't mean that literally in like a pugilistic fashion, but like you have to get people emotionally invested in something before they're willing to really like exercise their brains to study it. You know what I mean? As scientists, I think oftentimes we forget that. But, I don't know. I try and remember it every time I'm talking about something like this. Oh yeah, people don't do that, that's sort of stupid. No. Non-violent chat. Non-violent channel. Yeah. There we go. This is also from Fish and Wildlife. It might also be a little bit dry. Hang on. See if I can find you a different one. The 50th anniversary of the Endangered Species Act was just a couple years ago.
2023 was a major anniversary for the Endangered Species Act. It's now 50 years old. With historian Douglas Sprinkley, we mark a milestone.
When Theodore Roosevelt was president, he lamented that the North American bison, once 40 million strong, had been nearly wiped out by commercial hunters.
And this was official government policy at the time, too. It's like, yeah, drive these animals into extinction because we're also trying to genocide the native people who rely on these creatures. This is like a concerted effort, you know? There were government subsidies to, like, try and wipe out the bison. This is something that the U.S. government did. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, that one guy says, I hate that picture so much of the skulls. Just look at that. Each one of these, I don't know if everybody at home recognizes it. These are bison skulls, which are, they're big, but they're not that big. You know, they're not like Triceratops skulls or anything. That's a particularly big one there. Here is just a mountain of them. This is the industrial scale of the slaughter of these animals. There was a concerted effort to completely wipe them out. It's just, it's disgusting. It's horrific. Like, this is horrifying to look at. And this is why this species nearly went extinct. It was actually the Canadians, as I understand it, who saved the American bison. There were some herds of bison. There's like maybe one small herd of bison that made it across the Canadian border. And then they were corralled by some ranchers up there who were like, hey, maybe we should keep these guys around because they're not doing so hot down south of the border. And as I understand it, that's like, I think most of today's bison are descended from that one small herd. I'm forgetting the exact details. You can look it up if you're interested. But, in fact, here, we don't want to be dilettantes here. We want to actually know the real information. So we can find something on this.
This photo represents a historic moment for wildlife protection in the U.S. 4 U.S. cavalry soldiers posing with 8 severed bison heads in Yellowstone National Park. It was taken in 1894 after the capture of a notorious poacher in the park, Ed Howell. Soldiers caught him in the act of skinning the animals to sell their hides, surrounded by the carcasses of bison he'd killed. Yellowstone had just been established around 20 years earlier and was a refuge for the American bison, or...
And by the way, there were people who fought tooth and nail to keep Yellowstone National Park from becoming a national park. They're like, this should be sold off to the highest bidder. That's the American way, right? Of course, whoever has the most money should own this, you know, this magnificent natural landscape. But instead, it became a national park, and that's one of the best things the United States has ever done, honestly, was create the national park system. In many ways, it's one of the best parts of our country, you know? Yeah.
Buffalo, whose population, numbering in the hundreds, was on the brink of extinction. Hal's capture led directly to the first U.S. federal law protecting wildlife, and the photo of the confiscated heads was meant to depict the soldiers as heroic defenders of an endangered and beloved American icon.
Interesting.
But it also shows what drove the bison to near extinction in the first place.
Yep.
The U.S. government itself.
Yeah, this is what I was telling you about.
This was the bison's approximate range before 1800.
And Marika says, I've never been in the USA. Is it recommended to visit a national park? If you visit the United States, I would say yes. If you don't do anything else, visit a national park. Visit Yellowstone or Yosemite or the Grand Canyon.
50,000 a year.
Or Dinosaur National Monument. Thank you, Reagan Nation, for the 22 months of support. I really appreciate that, Reagan Nation. Thank you for your ongoing patronage. Tier 3, no less. Appreciate you more than you know, Reagan Nation. Thank you. Yeah. Marika says, I'm more interested in parks, forests, and mountains, less cities. Yeah. Again, visit one of the great American national parks. They are, in many ways, the best thing about this country.
Covering a significant amount of North America. By 1870, the population had been reduced to these two great herds. By 1889, American bison numbered in the hundreds, down from tens of millions at the beginning of the century. And the reason for their destruction becomes clear when you add this to the map: the tribal lands of the Plains Indians.
You cannot overstate the importance of the buffalo to the people of the northern and southern plains.
So buffalo and bison, those two terms are going to be used interchangeably here, just so that you know, so you're not confused. Buffalo, bison, these are kind of two words for the same creature, at least here in the United States.
Dean Angelio Whitaker is a lecturer on American Indian Studies whose research focuses on issues of environmental justice throughout U.S. history.
The buffalo has been central to these cultures for hundreds of years, and the buffalo provides everything. It's not just food, but it's everything needed for everyday life.
Plains tribes constructed dwellings from bison hides, used bison blankets for warmth, and the bones for tools. Most important of all was bison meat, the crucial food source for the indigenous peoples of the Great Plains.
There is absolutely everything about the buffalo that makes this animal central to these cultures.
Which is why the U.S. government wanted them wiped out completely. White settlers in North America adhered to a cultural belief known as manifest destiny.
And yeah, so this is kind of like a fantasy, almost like semi-religious thing where it's like, well, you know, it's literally our manifest destiny. This is what we were meant to do as white settlers in the U.S. We're meant to take over and drive everybody else out, and you know, that's God's plan for us, is what they said. And anytime you hear somebody saying, oh, well, you know, this is our deity's plan for us, you know that's bad news, you know? Oh boy.
The idea that white people were destined to
There you go,
expand
Casey,
west
yeah.
on the continent,
Ugh.
conquer the landscape, and develop it. Manifest destiny is most famously depicted in this 1872 painting called American Progress.
Yeah, not to scale. Yeah. It's like a kaiju of a white lady there.
Which shows the expanding railroad following a steady stream of settlers westward, and the land's native inhabitants, including the bison, fleeing into darkness. Imagery like this depicts the transformation of the land as a natural one, rather than the brutal reality of native people's forced removal.
By the time it gets a name to it, Manifest Destiny in the 1840s, the U.S. is engaging in very violent processes of pushing native people off their lands to make those lands available for settlers. And native people resisted it, which meant war.
For the U.S.
And what were they supposed to do? Say, oh, please, United States government, please don't kill it. They're not going to. Of course they fought back. You know?
A key part of that war was eliminating the bison population.
The extermination of the buffalo was...
And this is a really good point from Mayor Space, too, that I think is lost on a lot of people in other regions, especially in Europe. The United States is enormous. The United States is essentially the size of Europe. Mayor Space says, of course, when we say if you visit the U.S. do such and such, we kind of gloss over how very large this place is. Most Americans haven't seen more than a handful of states. It's an expensive trip to go from one side of the states to the other. Yeah. Yeah, like this country is huge. So here, I will show you different states that I have been to in the U.S. From California, just this year, I drove across Nevada, into Utah, and then into Wyoming. I used to live in Montana for about 8 years, spent some time in Idaho. I've been through Oregon and Washington. My ex-stepdad is from Arizona. I've been there. I've been to Colorado. Did some streams from there a few years back. Gonna be going there again in February. I've not been to New Mexico yet, but spent a lot of time in North Dakota and a bit of time in South Dakota too. I've driven through Nebraska. SVP was in Minnesota last year, and I've driven through that state many times. Spent a lot of time in Wisconsin. That's where my girlfriend in college was from. And then she also had family in Michigan. I've spent a lot of time in Michigan in recent years too. Ohio is where Ios and Lordy are from. I visited their family there a couple years back, which means I've driven through Indiana and Illinois. Been to Iowa, done some streams from there. Really been to Missouri. Been to Tennessee. Been to Virginia, Maryland, Washington, D.C. I've been to New Jersey briefly. Spent a week in New York. Spent some time in Pennsylvania. Spent a decent amount of time in Florida. I'd like to go to Texas this year. Spent a decent amount of time in Hawaii as well. So these are the U.S. states that I've been to, and that is way more than the average American.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Cookie Crumb 17, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Avocado says way more than me. Yeah, the United States is huge. So just to give you a sense, here's the U.S. superimposed over Europe. Yeah, it's big, and that's just the continental U.S. You know, with Alaska too. It's Alaska's enormous. So yeah. So especially people from Europe, if you're ever, inclined to make fun of Americans for any reason, fine, fair, whatever, but don't make fun of them for not having been to other countries. Because A, getting a US passport is not that easy. I've done it. They make it more difficult. I had to go back like 4 times to the office in order to be able to get one, because they kept saying, oh, well, this paperwork isn't really filled out correctly, and the photos that you brought, you can't really use these. And then you show up a week later when they say they're open, and they're not open. And then they've changed the forms, and it's just, like, getting a US passport's not easy. But then it's, you know, this is a huge country, you know? If you've been to a bunch of different states, that could be, like, more involved than traveling across Europe in many ways. Across the European Union. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and you should renew your passport, Petrodactylus. Yeah, you don't want to get caught with an out-of-date passport. Yeah. And March and April. I'm going to see if I can go in February, Lenina, but we'll see. Maybe early March. Yeah. Anywho. And yeah, there is Sweetie Pie Pimp Cat. We should get you paid, huh? Before we get back to our bison video and then back to the Endangered Species Act. Oh, that's Sweetie Pie. And the blue lights are so vibrant in this camera. The camera really likes blue. Alright, time to be red. There we go. What's this? What's this? Look at those. Those are for eating. Treats, you eat them. Hasn't shown up in a while. She doesn't like treats, Pimp Cat, so it's... And Ios is home today, so she's gonna be hanging out with Ios. Good stuff. Crimson Carnotaurus. Oh wow, shoot. Huh. And Cacklin's Wharf says cycling from one end to the other, east to west or west to east, should be feasible in about a month. I think normally it takes professional cyclists a few months, Cacklin's Wharf. There are many places in the US where, like, it's illegal to ride a bicycle. Like, you can get arrested. Because there are only, like, main highways that you can be on. So you have to, like, hope and pray that there aren't cops there to pull you over. And there's mountains too, Claire. Yeah, I mean, shoot. You know, trying to cycle over something like this can be difficult. Yeah. Month and a half, though, says Cacklin's Wharf. I mean, maybe, yeah. There are people who have done it. Record for bicycling across the U.S. North-south crossing. So from what, Maine to Florida? Yeah, from Madawaska, Maine to Key West, Florida. In just under 12 days. That's from up here to down there. 12 days. Anyhow. It's... If anybody wants to be that intrepid and ride a bicycle across the U.S., you gotta really plan it out, make sure that you're doing it at the right time of year. You don't want to be coming across the Rocky Mountains during a blizzard or anything like that. You could very well die. Yeah, and you better be good at talking to law enforcement because... yeah, they might mess with you. Especially if you're not from here. But anyway. And I was his dad did it in the 80s. That's right, isn't it, Lordy? Yeah, holy cow. Yeah. Auburn, New York to Auburn, California. Interesting, Salty Anchor. Huh. Yeah. Maryland to LA. Wow. Anyway, let's get back to bison here, and then we'll get back to the Endangered Species
Meant
Act.
war.
Yeah.
For the US, a key part of that war was eliminating the bison population.
The extermination of the buffalo was central to Manifest Destiny. They knew that you go after the buffalo, you can subjugate the people.
You can see clear evidence of this plan in statements made by Army officials at the time, like General Philip Sheridan, who said, "The best way for the government is to now make them poor by the destruction of their stock, and then settle them on the lands allotted to them." And in a letter to Sheridan, fellow U.S. General William Tecumseh Sherman suggested a way to accomplish that. It would be wise to invite all the sportsmen of England and America for a grand buffalo hunt, and make one grand sweep of them all.
So again, there was a concerted effort to try and drive bison into extinction in the United States. Yeah.
Throughout the rest of the 19th century, that's exactly what happened. The bison was hunted excessively for entertainment and competition, both by the U.S. cavalry and amateur hunters.
So this is actually illustrated in a book that I had when I was a kid, which I just got a copy of in the mail yesterday. Let me find that real quick. Does anybody else have this book growing up by the one of the guys who was it Michael and Michelle Berenstain? I forget her name, but Michael Berenstain wrote and illustrated this, of Berenstain Bears fame. Yeah. But this is a big part of my childhood. There we go. It was illustrated right here. Yeah. It's not surprising that the scientist who found Triceratops's horns thought that they were from a bison. Both creatures traveled in vast herds over the same plains at different times, and the bison nearly died out just as Triceratops did. The bison herds are victims of man, while Triceratops was a victim of the forces of nature. An asteroid, really. While the bison survived, barely, Triceratops did not. By the end of the age of dinosaurs, Triceratops and the rest of the horned dinosaurs had all died out. And check out the Triceratops here, up in the clouds. Ghost riders in the sky, almost. But, yeah, this illustration really was like a gut punch as a kid. Like, why would people do that? Who could be so cruel and heartless? And it turns out the cruelty and heartlessness were the point, at least to a certain extent, trying to, by driving the bison into extinction, drive America's native people into extinction too.
Bison hunting parties would shoot at herds from passing trains, in what was called a sport that is peculiarly American. Bison were also killed for commercial profit, to satisfy an enormous desire for their skins and bones in eastern cities. These hunters would kill bison by the dozens for their skins alone, leaving the carcasses behind to rot. By the end of the 1800s, there were almost no bison left.
By the time that happens, Native people are confined to reservations. This forced submission means that they have to rely on the federal government for food as part of a program of forced assimilation.
Once Native people had been confined to reservations, the government set aside some of the cleared land for a national park, and Yellowstone was established in 1872. The Yellowstone Park Act designated the land as a pleasuring ground for the benefit and enjoyment of the people.
All of these parks are predicated upon the disappearance of Native people. It's about preserving it and making these destination places for the well-to-do white settlers.
Preserving the so-called natural wonders of the park included protecting the few remaining bison roaming there. The same U.S. government that had driven the animal to near extinction in the first place now positioned itself as the guardian of the endangered species. And the U.S. Army, who occupied Yellowstone in its early years, patrolled the park in search of bison hunters, which is where this photo comes in. It was taken by Frank J. Haynes, the official Yellowstone photographer at the time, who encountered the soldiers bringing Ed Howell into custody and photographed them posing with the bison heads they found in bags hanging from a tree. The story of Howell's dramatic capture put the issue of poaching in Yellowstone into the national spotlight. Less than 60 days later, a federal law made hunting in the park illegal, marking the beginning of wildlife protection legislation in the U.S. American bison are no longer endangered, and Yellowstone's website upholds Howell's capture by the U.S. Army as having saved the bison in Yellowstone. But the staging of this photo also perpetuates the idea of manifest destiny. It portrays agents of the US government as virtuous guardians of the environment, choosing to overwrite their own role in destroying it.
And this kind of gets into what we're talking about today, where this current presidential administration is currently trying to dismantle laws that the government has in place to protect endangered species. It's history repeating itself, you know?
There's no better representation for this highly romanticized story about what America is. It's not the reality of the incredible violence of this historic process toward Native people and toward other species.
One thing that's super interesting about the initial article detailing Ed Howell's capture, which published in Forest and Stream magazine in 1894, was the photos they used. 3 photos showing groups of slaughtered bison, each one captioned "The Butcher's Work." Paired with the story, the implication here is that the butcher is Howell and these are the bison that he killed. But there's no photo credit attached, probably because these photos weren't taken in Yellowstone, and they were published 7 years earlier in an 1887 Smithsonian survey called The Extermination of the American Bison by William T. Hornaday. Hornaday was an early American conservationist.
And his work on bison, I mean, he killed a bunch of bison up in Montana in order to collect them for the Smithsonian Institution, because the thought was, these are animals that are going to go extinct. We need to collect some before they're completely gone. We need to shoot maybe some of the last of them so that we can at least have them in a museum. It was complicated, I guess, if we're going to be kind about it. But anyway, William Temple Hornaday found some dinosaur fossils there. He told folks back in New York at the American Museum of Natural History, and that directly led to the discovery of Tyrannosaurus. It's a really interesting story. And I'd love to tell that in like a long-form video at some point. But, yeah.
And his research is also where the data for the map at the beginning of this episode showing the destruction of the bison population came from. There's a link to the full survey in the description of this video. And if you want to read about this story in more detail, including how photography and fine art played a role in shaping our memory of the origins of U.S. national parks and wildlife protection, check out Poaching Pictures by Alan Braddock. It's a fascinating read, and interviewing Professor Braddock was a big part of the research for this episode. So keep an eye out for more Darkroom to come, and thanks for watching.
There you go. Yeah. If you want more information on...
That same year, the Northern Pacific reached Miles City in Montana territory.
I've spent some time in Miles City. This is just southeast of where we used to do field work up in Garfield County. Here's another video about American bison from this Ken Burns documentary there. But yeah, and Peter Coyote. There you go, Clipper. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the Endangered Species Act and why it's important.
An avid Theodore Roosevelt was president, he lamented that the North American bison, once 40 million strong, had been nearly wiped out by commercial hunters. An avid bird
and the U.S. government.
Roosevelt also mourned the fact that hunting and habitat loss had killed some 3 billion passenger pigeons in the 19th century alone, driving the species to extinction. Roosevelt roared from his bully pulpit, "The wildlife in its habitat cannot speak. So we must and we will." It would take another 6 decades, though, before the United States caught up with Roosevelt. But when it did, it went big. On December 28, 1973, Richard Nixon put his presidential signature to the far-reaching Endangered Species Act.
This reminds me of that moment from 30 Rock. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but yeah. The joke was that she was like really in her feelings about something and just like kind of crying at the drop of a hat. And somebody said something about Nixon. Poor Nixon. Oh, he did good things in China. But you know what? He did equally, if not better things for the environment, for wildlife, for nature.
Richard Nixon put his presidential
that, Claire?
signature
Yeah.
to the far-reaching Endangered Species Act, which for the first time provided America's iconic flora and fauna with serious legal protection. The remarkable success of the Endangered Species Act is undisputable. An astonishing 99% of the threatened species...
Oh, who is that right there? Did you see that, chat? Oh boy, I'm doing this right now. Yeah.
Whoop. Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Oh. Who is that we just saw right here? Well. If it isn't Dermachelys coriacea. Puerto Rico, it's called El Tinglar. Costa Rica, La Baula. In English, we often call it the leatherback turtle. This critter right here. I don't know how many people are watching this stream right now and going, leatherback turtles, what? Hopefully most of you are already aware of this, well, this fascination, infatuation, obsession with leatherback turtles that I've developed recently, but we're going to be doing a lot of work with leatherback turtles over the coming year, and I cannot wait. These are incredible animals, and yeah, holy cow, that's why we've got leatherback emotes. Fixation, there you go, Claire. Yeah. Absolutely incredible animal. It's like a holdover from the Cretaceous period. Because it is. This is an animal that we share our planet with today. It is not only the largest species of turtle still alive in the world, it is the largest reptile within the borders of the United States. Pretty incredible. Yeah, we're going to be talking more about leatherbacks today. These critters are either vulnerable or endangered, depending on whom you ask. And they are protected under U.S. law. But those protections could fall away if the Trump administration gets their way and they're able to alter the Endangered Species Act, weaken it. We could lose these animals entirely. They are currently in decline. I think pretty much every regional population of leatherbacks on the planet are in decline right now. Some of them have declined more than 95% within the past couple decades. We could very well lose them before 2050. They could be completely extinct if we don't do something to help soon, now. And they are listed as endangered on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service website. So, yeah.
fauna with serious legal protection. The remarkable success of the Endangered Species Act is undisputable. An astonishing 99% of the threatened species first listed have survived. Due to the heroic efforts of U.S. government employees, bald eagles now nest unmolested along the Lake Erie shoreline.
Yep. I have personally seen bald eagles in the wild many times at this point. This was unheard of in like the early 1980s. Like they were kind of on the verge of extinction, or at least extirpation here in the continental United States. Almost completely wiped out. And now I've literally been pooped on by a bald eagle. And it was like, it felt like, I don't know, like being blessed by a priest or something like that. It's like, wow. Oh. Filled with patriotic pride. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Yeah. They nearly died out. It is a badge of honor, Claire. Yeah.
Grizzlies roam Montana's wilderness, and alligators propel themselves menacingly across Louisiana's bayous.
The biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
Mr. Lewis King, thank you so much, Mr. King Louis, for the 41 viewer rate. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are things? You're doing some animals, aquariums, and zoos? Very, very cool. Hello, Mr. Lewis King. Oh! Tavius King, of course! I forgot about your new nom de plume. What did they have here? Is it Lewis or Louis? Let me know. But I'm glad you're here. If anybody is tuning in for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. We're talking about the Endangered Species Act today. Why it's currently under threat and what we can do to help save it. And save species like leatherback turtle, sawfish, horseshoe crab, California condor, coqui frog of Puerto Rico, species like this so that they don't go the way of the saber-toothed cat, the mastodon, the stellar sea cow. Yeah. And Louis rhymes with Chewy. Thank you, Voltmog. If anybody's here for the very first time, here's me and what I'm all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Well, that's a very nice Voltmog. Okay. Hiding some bread. Nice.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. That's what I'm all about. I'm glad you're here. As we get into 2026, we're going to be doing a bunch of live streams, not just focused on fossils, not just on extinct critters, but on critters who are still around today, maybe at risk of extinction. Critters like the incredible leatherback turtle here that I have 3D printed at 1/3 adult size. They get 3 times bigger than this, if you can believe that. Again, just enormous. Just truly astonishing. If we're very lucky, we might even be able to live stream with some leatherback turtles in 2026. I'm exploring some options, some possibilities, some connections right now. We'll see what we can do to help raise awareness about these animals, raise funds for their conservation, just be able to appreciate them. So yeah. Anyhow. Oh, and that's actually what I'm 3D printing right now too. Is another hatchling leatherback turtle. But we'll talk about that another time. It's good to be able to check on this in the camera though. This will probably be done in about half an hour. I'll start another one. Bait Beast is possibly the world's only leatherback turtle streamer. Hopefully I won't be the only one by the end of next year. We'll see. And Blindio, I doubt they had a leatherback turtle in captivity, but there are a number of different museums and zoos that do have leatherback turtles on display that are like replicas, casts, sculptures, things like that. So the San Francisco Zoo in San Francisco, California, does have a big model of a leatherback. In fact, I think we may have even encountered this a few years ago. Check our VODs here. Here we go, San Francisco Zoo. Sculpture Garden. There we are.
Alright, yeah, very cool.
So here is the Sculpture Garden.
I love being here on a weekday, you know? It's so uncrowded.
There's our leatherback right there. Yeah, very nice.
Largest turtle in the world today. Leatherback sea turtle. They get even bigger than this, believe it or not. Take a look at that. I love these. These are such high quality sculpts. So leatherback sea turtles are so named because their back is leathery. They don't have like a hard shell under the whole thing. It's basically, it looks almost like a weird rib cage.
Yep. And then I'll show you. Leatherback turtle skeleton. There you go. This is one that I was hoping to see in Lyme Regis when I was in England, but last month, but this museum was closed for the season, I think. When I got there. Yeah, that is essentially what their skeleton looks like. Pretty cool, right?
Got this kind of leathery texture to it. Super, super cool. Dermichelys is the genus name for the leatherback sea turtle. Awesome critter. I love the detail around the head.
Really lovely. There's a coelacanth there. So this is before like my recent total infatuation with leatherback turtles. I would have spent half an hour there with that sculpture if I did this stream today. Maybe we'll do like an official stream from the San Francisco Zoo at some point in 2026. We'll see. But anyhow, yeah. Let's continue with our, well, shoot, for anybody who's just joining us, this is what we're talking about today.
Meantime, the Trump administration is moving to roll back key protections in the Endangered Species Act. One of the biggest shifts would end the automatic blanket rule that protects plants and animals classified as threatened. In Florida, threatened species include sea turtles and manatees. Instead, agencies would have to write individual rules for each species, a process that critics say could delay help for the animals that need it. The administration says the goal here is to cut red tape and give states, landowners, and industries more certainty.
Ugh. I mean, what they want to do is just eliminate the protections for these animals so that their habitats can be paved over, polluted, resources can be pulled out of those habitats, and they're, from what I understand, the basic idea is that they can, using legalese, change the definition of what constitutes harm to an endangered species. Like, oh, well, if you destroy their habitat, that is harming them, you know? Anyhow, you could do something about this. There is public comment that you can do here. Here we go. There we go. Help save the Endangered Species Act. The Endangered Species Act is under grave threat, and your help is needed to save it. Just recently, 4 proposed rules were announced that would seriously weaken the protections that this groundbreaking law provides. Since 1973, the Endangered Species Act has shielded Hawaiian monk seals, Guadalupe fur seals, southern sea otters, and other endangered and threatened species. This is from the Marine Mammal Center, so of course they're focusing on marine mammals. This also protects critters like the American crocodile, the leatherback sea turtle, the hawksbill sea turtle, green sea turtle, olive ridley and Kemp's ridley, and a number of other sea turtle species. Actually, that might be all of them in the U.S. Anywho, whole hosts of other animal and plant and fungi species. Yeah. The act was written not to protect only endangered species, but also the ecosystems upon which they depend. Since the law was enacted by President Richard Nixon, it is credited with saving animals and plants from extinction. Now is not the time to remove protections for endangered and threatened species. These changes would slash protections, making it easier to drill for oil or harvest timber in areas where endangered species live. These changes would lead to more marine mammals being needlessly killed or injured, same with sea turtles for that matter, so many other species, pushing some populations to the point of no return. These are not minor adjustments, they are significantly damaging changes that threaten decades of progress in the ecosystems we all depend on. There are people who have devoted their entire lives to protecting these different species, and all of the blood, sweat, and tears that those people gave to accomplish this, to bring these species back from the brink of extinction, that could all be lost with a stupid rule change like this. But the government is soliciting public comments on the 4 proposed rules now through Sunday, December 21st. It is critical that we speak up. Please make your voice heard. I'll provide you a link here. This is from the Marine Mammal Center. And there's a link to these 4 public comment things here. We're going to be doing these today on stream. I encourage you, implore you, to type out your own responses, your own public comments here. Especially if you're a citizen or a resident of the United States. Open this first one here. We'll get back to this in a little bit, because I don't quite have this fleshed out yet in my mind. But here is a link to this first one here. Type something. It doesn't have to be perfect, but by law they have to go through and read every single one of these. So just put something on there. Stormy says, I doubt non-US citizens will be taken seriously. That's the thing, is that they're going to try not to take any of this seriously, but quantity helps with this kind of thing. If there are 20 people from this chat who type out a comment and submit it, that's 20 more responses that they have to read. If anything, that delays things just a little bit before they can gut the Endangered Species Act. And who knows, like, maybe there will be something that happens that Suddenly the priorities shift for this administration. Maybe they have some other crisis of their own making that they have to deal with, and they can't focus on this. Sometimes just one day can make a difference, or even an hour. You know, you never really know what's going to happen. If you're watching this right now and you're as animated about this as I am, the least you can do is leave a comment. That's all I'll say.
U.S. government employees. Bald eagles now nest unmolested along the Lake Erie shoreline. Grizzlies roam Montana's wilderness, and alligators propel themselves menacingly across Louisiana's bayous. Whether it's protecting a tiny Kirtland's warbler in the Jack Pines of Michigan, or a 200-ton blue whale in the San...
They don't weigh 200 tons. 100 tons, maybe. Let's not give whales too much credit.
Santa Barbara Channel, the Endangered Species Act remains the most dazzling and impactful environmental feat of all time.
Yeah.
In Northern California, the Yurok tribe has successfully reintroduced the California condor back to its ancestral lands. Recently, a federal judge approved the reintroduction of gray wolves in Colorado. And while America is still mourning musician Jimmy Buffett, his conservation legacy lives on with the Save the Manatee Club in Florida.
Aww.
Upon reflection, what President Nixon said in 1973 still holds true. Nothing is more priceless and more worthy of preservation than the rich array of animal life with which our
Cheers.
country has been blessed.
Lovely. And Claire says, why do their throats get red? That's a great question, Claire. Here.
Which are...
Yeah, so this is called flushing. So this is a way that they can thermoregulate. When a female leatherback comes up onto the beach to lay her eggs, she is outside of the water, which normally helps cool her body. Leatherback turtles produce a lot of heat through muscle action. They can actually generate some of their own body heat, which among non-bird reptiles is unique. The way that leatherback turtles do this is cool. She's essentially like blushing there. So there are blood vessels that go up to the skin, and those help expel heat so that she doesn't overheat too badly while she's outside of the water. And is it extra dense? So that, since leatherback turtles don't have scales, it's, you know, leathery, soft skin. A lot of that is pretty thin, especially there around the throat. So this, I think they might talk about it in this book. But it's mostly around the throat there, Claire. Yeah, and it's not extra dense. That's because the skin is thin there. By the way, if you're interested in sea turtles, especially if you're a resident of North America, highly recommend this book, Our Sea Turtles. I just got this in the mail yesterday. It's in the library at Berkeley, and I'm like, you know what, I gotta buy this. Our Sea Turtles, a practical guide for Atlantic and Gulf from Canada to Mexico. Yeah. I need a dense capillary region. I guess so, Claire, yeah. Here, I think there might be... What's the section on leatherbacks and that flushing thing that they do? Oh, it's in a different book. Hang on. I'm reading multiple books about sea turtles right now. It's hard to keep track sometimes. Yeah. There we go. This one by Carl Safina is excellent, which is kind of funny because the title is so stupid. Voyage of the Turtle, in pursuit of the Earth's last dinosaur. What? Like, what? Dinosaur? It's a turtle. It is not a dinosaur. I make this point all the time. Anyway, don't let the title fool you. It's actually an excellent book. There we go. There we go. So this is the author. He's on a beach in Costa Rica, and he's like helping count the eggs as a female leatherback is laying them in the nest. One of the graduate students has joined us. He says, notice she's starting to perfuse there underneath, what we call the gular or clavicular region. They can use cardiovascular changes to help thermoregulate. That is to say, she's getting hot, so she's blushing at her throat, where the air can help cool her blood. That's what we see here. Not there. Hang on. Here. That's why her throat is turning pink. She's blushing to help expel heat. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Excellent book. I can't recommend this highly enough, except for this stupid title. It's not a dinosaur. But anyway, remarkable creature. It's my hope that we might be able to see this in person, chat, sometime next year. Stream this. Let's see. Yeah. Anywho, the Endangered Species Act, incredibly important. Let's get a little bit into the weeds now. Let's talk about the different parts of the Endangered Species Act and why they're important, shall we? So buckle up here. It's gonna get a little bit technical, but we'll keep this interesting and engaging.
Under the ESA, species may be listed as either endangered or threatened.
Yep.
Endangered means a species is in danger of extinction throughout all or a significant portion of its range.
Mm-hmm.
Threatened means a species is likely to become endangered within the foreseeable future.
So, you got that? Threatened, well, endangered means like, oh shoot, we could lose these soon. They are at risk of extinction. Threatened is not quite there yet, but it's like one step above endangered. Like, if given current trends, they will become endangered soon if things don't change. Does that make sense? So with that said, let's take a look at the endangered species list on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Chat, give me the name of a critter that might be found within the borders of the United States that you think might be endangered. And we'll see if it's either endangered or threatened, or maybe neither. Let's see. And Le Petit Prince Encore, there are... Yeah, see the, Here we go. I have this up on the wall right here. The different levels that the IUCN uses. So, extinct in the wild, critically endangered, endangered, vulnerable, non-threatened, or least concern. This is maybe what you're thinking of? Yeah. There's also data deficient and not evaluated. So that just means, like, we haven't looked at these ones yet, so let's ignore that. Least concern means there's tons of them. They're everywhere. This is things like feral pigeons and house sparrows and stuff like that. Just all over the place. Near threatened means like, ooh, maybe their numbers are, there's a lot of them, but like their population is dropping. Vulnerable is like, uh-oh, they're at risk of becoming endangered. Endangered means they're at risk of becoming extinct. Critically endangered means like they could be extinct next month if a disaster were to happen. Like they're near that cliff. Then you have extinct in the wild. This means that maybe there's only a few left in captivity, but there's none out in the wild. And then there's extinct, which means there are none left living anywhere. So yeah. But yeah, let's see. Ringtail, says Claire Burr. Let's look up ringtail on the endangered species list. Let's see if... Can we search this? It's baby leatherback. view our species. More species searches. There we go. Ringtail. Let's look up this critter. Weird. It's not on here. Let's look at leatherback, as Lordy suggested. I might have to use a search engine for this. Endangered species. Let's copy that so we can just paste it really quickly. Leatherback. There we go. Here's the official page for leatherback. There's a hatchling right there. See the scales on the hatchling? What's really cool is the adults don't have them. Those scales. They slough off as the turtle grows and matures. They're born with scales, like all other sea turtles have, and then they get rid of them as they reach maturity, which is really neat. So that is a change in, what do we call it, chat? The life history of the animal?
Ontogeny.
Thank you, Claire. Yes.
Girder.
Not girder.
Ontogeny.
There you go, Lordy. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Yep. Ontogenetic changes. Anyway. There we go. Timeline. Where's the page where it says whether or not they're endangered? Is it Ecos? Is this it? Bingo! There it is. Here's the site. Okay, we got it. Here is leatherback there. Yeah. Anyway, let's look at ringtail. No, they don't have it. Okay. Weird. Give me another one, chat. What do we got? Gila monster from Petrodactyl.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
That is pretty sick, Mikey Likes. Thank you so much for the 56 months of support. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. 56 months is a long time. Still hanging in there? I'm trying to. Let's look up Gila monster. Are they endangered? No results. Okay. That's probably a good thing. What else did we have? Florida grasshopper sparrow. We'll get to that mirror space. Let me look for red wolf. Red wolf is really a subspecies. Species data explorer. There we go. Red wolf. Oh, here we go. Red wolf. Experimental population, non-essential. Interesting. Okay. I guess that's because it's like a subspecies or something like that. But let's look up ringtail. Ringtail isn't on here. Weird. Gopher tortoise, says Murph. There we go. And they are threatened. Gopherus polyphemus. I don't know if we can find them here. Gopher tortoise. Got a recovery plan for the gopher tortoise. Revised recovery plan. So this is the sort of thing that the Department of Fish and Wildlife does, the Fish and Wildlife Service, is they will have scientists on staff who will study these critters, look at population trends, look at their range, look at whether or not they're reproducing on track to be able to increase in numbers, all of this stuff like this. it's a tremendous amount of work that goes into this kind of thing, as you can imagine. Range of the gopher tortoise, I guess. Yeah. Dr. Terra says Houston toad. Let's look them up. There we go. Endangered. Bufo houstonensis. There we go. They are endangered wherever found, so throughout their entire range, they are endangered. Yeah. Oof. And there it is for gopher tortoise threatened. Golganic says osprey. I'm guessing they are probably a little bit more wide-ranging. They're not on here. Okay. Interesting. Florida grasshopper sparrow. Let's look at that in airspace. Florida grasshopper sparrow. There we are. Endangered wherever found. So again, this is a wealth of information here. If you really want to learn about an endangered species in the United States, this is a phenomenal place to start. Yeah. Good stuff. And I actually have, I think I have a publication from Fish and Wildlife on Dermachelys coriacea. Let me find that. Chat, you'll be pleased to know that I've been trying to get a handle on my library here. I just installed some new shelving up here. So, I no longer have a giant stack of books on the floor. Which I'm pretty happy about. But here's that publication. There it is. I had this as a PDF, but I really wanted to get a hard copy too. So I think this was, yeah, produced by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is good information for me to have as we embark on a big conservation mission in the coming year. Synopsis of the biological data on the leatherback sea turtle, Dermachelys coriacea. So, yeah, determinants of distributional changes, hybridization, biochemistry. Yeah, this is curved carapace length, CCL, everywhere except Puerto Rico, Culebra, and French Guiana. Presented a straight carapace length width. So, curved carapace length, this is like a proxy for how big the animal is. It's kind of a standard measurement you take on these guys. Curved carapace length is, you take a soft tape measure, and you go from here down this central ridge to the end of the tail, or the end of the carapace at least. That is the curved carapace length. So it's not a straight line, it curves over the top of the carapace, the upper shell. So again, that's a standard measurement for these critters. And then here it is across these different locations, different nesting beaches throughout the range of the leatherback turtle. Cool stuff, you know? And there will be publications like this for a lot of these different endangered species. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, you know, this information's out there. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, important stuff. Sorry, leatherback. I think I'm ready to leave a comment here. There's a link again if you would like to. Let's, what I'm going to do is I'll put this in Notepad. There we go, and then we'll copy and paste it. So, the proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act would be disastrous if implemented. These changes would effectively hobble the conservation mission of this most important it sounds a little too dry. Of the ESA. And would certainly lead directly to the extinction of multiple species. History will not look kindly on the people pushing for dismantling of the Endangered Species Act. There we go. Good enough for now. Let's get that posted up here. Yeah. I am not a robot. Submit comment. Submitted successfully. There we go. Yeah. Pumpkin the Cat says extinction equals the death of birth. I still remember that quote, but I don't remember who said it. Interesting. It's kind of poetic. Yeah. Not a robot, you just like M dashes. I do, Claire. I do. Yeah. And Confused Echidna says, am I a robot? I don't think monotremes are robots, Confused Echidna. I think you're safe. I think you'll beat those allegations. Yeah. But yeah, and Scorched Hellfire, yes, there are 3 others here. Right here. So we just did this one right here. Here we go. We propose to amend proportions of our regulations for Section 4 of the Endangered Species Act. Here, we should get a little bit more into what the Endangered Species Act is and what it entails. We talked about endangered versus threatened. Let's continue on, and then I think we can better understand and comment on these proposed changes that would surely be disastrous.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service works alongside the National Marine Fisheries Service, part of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to enforce the act. Together, these 2 agencies are referred to as the services in the context of the Endangered Species Act.
Okay.
Section 2 of the Act
told you this would be a little dry.
And purposes of the Endangered Species Act and provides us with a bit of history regarding how the Act came into existence. The U.S. Congress found that some species of fish, wildlife, and plants are now extinct as a consequence of economic growth and development untempered by adequate concern and conservation. They also found that other species are in danger of...
So this is like the late 1960s were a disastrous time for a lot of different environments. I mean, this is honestly where Any Godzilla fans here in the chat? (1961's) Godzilla versus the Smog Monster dealt with these themes. Here we go.
Out of the polluted waters it came, to become the most fearful menace that ever threatened mankind. Feeding, growing ever more deadly on smog. Only one force dared stand up to its overpowering evil. Godzilla! Godzilla versus the Smog Monster.
The smog pollution.
Will Godzilla, man's friend, be vanquished?
This kind of industrial malaise like this fouling of the natural environment. This was such an issue in the 60s that people made movies about it.
Have been reported, while other casualties are expected to exceed 30,000. The main storage tank of the Japan Oil Company has exploded.
So Godzilla became a crusader against pollution.
Nothing man can do can stop the Smog Monster.
Sorry, the audience.
Godzilla save the Earth from this mastodon of destruction.
Yeah. And, well, Salvatore brings up an interesting point. Without pollution, there wouldn't have been Godzilla in the first place. I mean, without nuclear testing. Yeah. Which you could make a strong argument is a form of pollution, certainly. Yeah. Anywho, really bizarre movie, Godzilla versus the Smog Monster. Doing some, like, interesting kind of psychedelic things with that film. It's an interesting one. Has anybody in the chat seen that one before? 1971's Godzilla versus the Smog Monster? But yeah. And Le Petit Prince Encore says, so Godzilla got its name from gorilla? It's a combination of two different words. Gorira, which is the Japanese word for gorilla, and Kujira, which means whale. So Gojira is the word for Godzilla. It's the original one. Godzilla is an Anglification of that. It's a portmanteau of gorilla and whale. Gojira. So yeah. But yeah. And imagine why that could be used to kid. Yeah. You've not seen that one, Lukai? It's interesting, for sure. Anyway, I bring this up to make the point that pollution was at the top of mind. The general public in the US and in Japan and in other places around the world in the early 1970s. Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster, 1971.
Extinction. Congress passed the ESA to provide a means whereby the ecosystems upon which endangered and threatened species depend may be conserved, to provide a program for the conservation of such species. Section 3 of the Act provides us with a set of definitions. For example, the ESA specifically defines conservation as to use and the use of all methods and procedures which are necessary to bring any listed species to the point at which the measures provided pursuant to this act are no longer necessary. You may refer to Section 3 of the ESA to obtain
so it's like, yeah, we should protect these species until we don't need to anymore, essentially.
Definitions for other important terms, such as take. Section 4 of the Endangered Species Act covers listing.
And so Section 4 is, I believe, what is talked about here. There we go. Section 4 of the Endangered Species Act. So they're seeking to change parts of it here, it looks like.
Critical habitat designation, recovery, and monitoring. Basically the process by which species are added to or removed from the endangered species list. Section 5 and 6.
So, anyway, let's look into that real quick before we get to the rest of these definitions. Here we go. A proposed rule. So, the Trump administration proposes to amend portions of the regulations for Section 4 of the Endangered Species Act. There we go. So basically they want to be able to come up with excuses, be they economic, like, hey, there's profit to be made here for clear-cutting this forest and destroying this habitat. Won't somebody please think of the shareholders? That's basically what they're doing here. Or, national security? I don't know. Maybe they're gonna claim that, oh, terrorists must be, they're dressing up, disguising themselves as spotted owls. So of course we need to wipe out the spotted owls to keep America safe. I don't know what the deal is here, but it sounds ridiculous. These proposed revisions articulate when and how we determine whether the benefits of excluding an area outweigh the benefits of designating the area as critical habitat. Exclusion analysis. All right, we've got the information we need. Let's comment on it. Here is a link if you would like to comment on this yourself. There you go. Here's old trees. There you go, Cacklin's Wharf. Fair. Yeah. Whatever happened there, by the way? They don't actually show what happens to Christopher Lee in which Lord of the Rings movie was that? Did the trees knock down his tower and pull his head off or anything? They never show that on screen. What happened? Yeah. Let's comment as an individual here, because that's what I am. There we go. And this autofill with my info. There we go. Start typing comment here. Let's do that again in Notepad. There we go. These proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act would be incredibly harmful and must be stopped. Or must be and as such they must articulate at the moment. Not reversed because the changes haven't been made yet. But I like where your head's at there, Andrew Memorex. But yeah. Silver tongue pushes Saruman off the tower and onto something sharp. Is that right, Cacklin's Wharf? I was hoping the trees would absorb his nutrients through their roots or something. It feels like it would be a fitting end, but no. Anyway. Yeah. Lion weasel. I don't even know if that's a real species, Marika. Interesting. Yeah. Anywho. These proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act would be incredibly harmful and must be abandoned. The ESA has been a rare story of Well, has been incredibly successful in saving vulnerable species from extinction. And let's see. What were the proposed changes again? Let's take a look at some of that text. Exclusion of areas from critical habitat if the benefits of excluding the area outweigh the benefits of designating it as a critical habitat. Okay, let's copy that. We'll paste it here, and we will paraphrase it. Let's see. Let's get rid of this part. The underlying logic in the underlying argument and the proposed changes, namely the exclusion of areas from critical habitat if the benefits of excluding the area outweigh the benefits of designated as critical habitat. Make no sense. Comparing economic benefits the nickel and dime economic benefits of destroying critical habitat. Oh. Destroying essential habitat I'm not even comparing. I'm going to say sorry, I'm not feeling particularly eloquent at the moment. Articulate. Let me think about this for a second. It's hard doing this kind of thing in front of 235 people all watching at the same time. But yeah, and Andrew Memorex says until something like this is written into your constitution, it's up to the whim of whoever is in power. You think the people in power give a single whit about the Constitution? Excuse me if that sounds a little naive. I don't know. Here's the thing, is that, like, this might be tilting at windmills at this point, but at least we're doing something, you know? I think it's important not just... Maybe we could make a difference here, but at the very least, we're doing this for ourselves. I want to be able to feel like I at least tried, you know? Giving in to cynicism and despair is exactly what they want you to do. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give them that gift on a silver platter. I want to stick it to them, you know? And I might not have the biggest audience. There might not be hundreds of thousands of people watching right now, but it's important to do this, I feel. It's something. Even if it's a little thing. You know? Yeah. It's a fool's there. Only a fool would bring up the nickel and dime economic benefits of destroying essential habitat when there is intrinsic, incalculable value in preserving our country's natural beauty and the species which exist within it. These changes seek to pave paradise and put up a parking lot. Please. For the future of our country, please abandon this course of action. There we go. Control A, Control C. Let's get it posted. There we go. Submit comment. Why didn't this work? Oh, there we go. It makes me... I gotta type in this. Okay. Information. Submit comment. There we go. Done. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Just like the song says, Reiko Douglas. How you doing, Reiko? It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Anyhow. Illiterate Scholar says, I do think voting is still most important. I completely disagree. Sorry. Here's the thing about voting in U.S. elections. It is the absolute bare minimum that anybody can possibly do. Voting is... It's not even step one. It's like, that is... It's not even the ground floor. It's the sub basement, you know? Especially the way that the U.S. electoral system works, it's I'm not going to say it's nothing, but that should be the very, very, very first thing that you do. Like, everything else that you can do is basically more impactful than that. I'm not saying don't vote. You absolutely should, but that is the lowest of baselines there could possibly be, you know? Go out there and organize, talk to people, fundraise, you know, demonstrate, call your representatives, sign petitions, do comments like this when they're looking for public comment, anything else. The voting is just the... It's like when you're doing a standardized test, like the SATs, and you write your name and you get a point for that or whatever. That's what voting is, you know? So yeah. L1C1D says spot on. The least you can do is vote. You can vote in your PJs and mail it in. Exactly. Yeah. And educate yourself so you can educate others. Exactly, Snowdenchi. Yeah. In gaming terms, voting is starting up the game. There you go, Lukai. Yeah. So I'm definitely, I don't want people to misunderstand and say, oh, Danny told me not to vote. That's not what I'm saying. Absolutely vote. Do not think that your civic duty stops with that, because it does not. That is the very, very, very beginning, you know? So yeah. And yeah, Golganek says in presidential elections, whether your vote even counts depends on whether you match the state you live in. Exactly. Yeah. So like, I, as a Californian living in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, my vote counts about 1/40th what it would count if I was a resident of the state of Wyoming. Because there's like 9 people who live in Wyoming, and they're so much more important because of that, you know? Yeah. It's kind of this is the U.S. Senate system in the U.S. There's 50 senators, 2 for every state. So anyway, don't get me started. It's incredibly undemocratic. But yeah. Anywho. The Electoral College robs me of a presidential vote every single time, says Golganek. Yep. Yeah. Tax Art says, I lived in Wyoming for a while. Can confirm there's only 9 people. See, it was 10 people when Tax Art lived there. Yeah. I do a lot of field work in Wyoming. Wonderful state for fossils, for wildlife, for beautiful natural landscapes. Not a lot of people there. Not really any cities. Not what I would call a city anyway. I'm not slagging off Wyoming. I love Wyoming. Incredible place. But it is insanely undemocratic that the people who live there have so much more political power than I do, living in a state with 40 plus million people. You know, Wyoming has like 600,000, 700,000 people, something like that. Less than a million, the entire state. Anyway, Chert Astronomy, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Yeah. And there you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the Endangered Species Act and look at some of these other sections. And we'll comment on some other parts of that.
Discusses land acquisition and cooperation with the states in carrying out the Endangered Species Act, respectively.
Illiterate Scholar says America isn't really a democracy. I think you could make a strong case in that direction. Yeah, I agree with you.
Section 6 recognizes the key role that states play in conserving and recovering our endangered and threatened native wildlife and plants. The Section 6 program, generally referred to as grants to states, provides funding to states and territories for species and habitat conservation actions on non-federal lands. Okay, so by now you're probably thinking, these are great ideas, but how do the services actually ensure that the law is being followed?
And so this is one of the cool things is that, I mean, I've voiced some criticalisms of my country, the United States now, but one thing that the U.S. actually does pretty well, to a certain extent, is actually enforcing environmental regulations. Like, when you compare that to some other countries who might also have laws on the books protecting various species, the U.S. actually does a relatively good job of enforcing these things. That's one of the really nice things about our country. So how do they actually ensure that the law is being followed?
This starts in Section 7 of the Act, which covers interagency cooperation. If you're a new biologist or have spent time around the service's Ecological Services program, you may be familiar with this section. Section 7 requires federal agencies to use their authorities to carry out conservation programs to benefit endangered and threatened species. Federal agencies are also required to consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service or the National Marine Fisheries Service to ensure that any action they authorize, fund, or carry out will not be likely to jeopardize the continued existence of a listed species.
So, I'll say it again. The U.S., compared to a lot of other nations, actually does a pretty good job of enforcing these laws and actually protecting the species once these laws are on the books. And I'm going to say part of the proof of that is that, well, the Trump administration is hell-bent on changing the laws here. Rather than just ignoring them, they're like, no, we kind of actually have to change these laws because these laws actually do have teeth. Like, they do get enforced. There is real power brought to bear to make it so that these plants and animals and habitats are protected. They wouldn't be going through all this trouble if they could just ignore the law here. They kind of can't because these things are pretty well enforced, which is nice, you know? But yeah. And is this true across the board, or does the enforcement vary by state? So the Fish and Wildlife Service is a federal service, so that's true across all 50 states. Like, this is a federal government thing. And there is, like, they don't always have the funding that they need, obviously, like anything that the federal government does, it could be a lot better. But there at least is that blanket protection. This is supposed to be across all 50 states. This is not a state by state thing. Like, it's the federal government enforcing these. Yeah.
Or destroy or adversely modify designated critical habitat. As a result, federal agencies have a unique opportunity and obligation to assist recovery implementation by addressing threats that result from their programs and actions. Section 8 provides for international cooperation, primarily.
And so, speaking to that interagency thing, Mikey Like says the USDA Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, that's the Department of Agriculture, USDA, the primary USDA agency I support, does a lot of wildlife and endangered species protection, animals, plants, etc., in partnership with the states. In many cases, the states provide the staff, and we provide the money and supervision. There you go. Yeah. And it can get complicated, all the bureaucracy there, but the point is, it works pretty well. It's not perfect, and it could certainly be improved. And I advocate for increased funding and protection for endangered species. All of this. You know, we could always do better. But I think we need to stop and recognize how successful this has been for the most part. Like 99% of the different species listed on the Endangered Species Act have not gone extinct. It's been very successful. And this is the thing. It's almost like vaccines in this sense, where they're a victim of their own success. Where the people who are in favor of gutting the Endangered Species Act go, well, you know, 99% of those species are still around, so we don't really need the Endangered Species Act anymore. You know? It's not like they're going extinct. It's like, no, they're not going extinct because there is an Endangered Species Act. You know what I mean? It's like the people who argue, well, you know, we don't need vaccines because when's the last time you heard of a child dying from measles? Well, measles is so rare because of the vaccines. You start taking those away, like is happening now, and then kids are dying from measles again. It's the same idea. You know what I mean? Sometimes these programs are so successful that people argue, well, look, there's no problem. Just get rid of those regulations. These are people with ulterior motives, though. They don't actually care about this. They're in it for profit. Whether it's selling, like, wackadoo alternative cures or, you know, this, like, alternative wellness nonsense, or whether it's, like, let's clear cut this forest or build a luxury hotel, you know, over this protected habitat or something like that, you know? At the end of the day, they're in it for the money. They think they can get rich off of this at the expense of everyone else. They would happily drive species into extinction if it meant, you know, a fourth vacation home or whatever. So yeah, it's greed. There you go, SF Green Berets, exactly. Yeah. And there you go, Rico. Yeah, pretty recently actually because of the anti-vaxxers. Yep. Yeah. And there you go, Mikey Lexia. It does get complicated, yeah. And there's always room for improvement there. But the point is, like, these things have been successful. The Endangered Species Act has been a runaway success. You know? Yeah. And Racodactylus says, it's almost as if disinformation is largely in the service of power dynamics. If only someone, me, did an entire dissertation on that. Yeah, Reiko. Oh, boy. Can we get a shout out for Racodactylus, by the way? Who literally studies this kind of thing. Like, this is his jam. Go follow him, especially on Wednesdays. He does science streams where he talks about misinformation, cognitive biases, why people believe weird things, whether it's conspiracy theories or urban legends or, you know, like weird anti-vax stuff or whatever. Like, this is literally what he studies as a scientist. Go give him a follow. He's currently on his partner push now too. So yeah. And Claire did that earlier. Well, there's a second one. There you go, Reiko. Yeah. 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 There goes Snow Denchi. Yeah. I'll be collaborating with Sai there tomorrow to discuss misinformation about neurodiversity topics. Interesting, Reiko. Very cool. We'll see if we can raid in like we usually try to do on Wednesday evenings. If you're still streaming at that point anyway. If you got to end early.
Section 8 provides for international cooperation, primarily through the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, or CITES.
Yeah. Mikey Likes makes a good point here. Like these federal protections and partnerships with the states and all this bureaucracy, it absolutely gets complicated, and we can certainly do some of this stuff better. I'll never deny that. But the people I work with, both feds and staties, are dedicated to the mission of protecting wild flora and fauna, especially endangered species. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is these people aren't in it to get rich. You'll never do that as, like, a public servant like this. It's not how it works. People do this because they're dedicated to that. Like, they're passionate about this. This is what they want to do with their lives, you know? They're trying to make a real difference. And there's certain people who hate that idea, because that tends to get in the way of things like corporate greed or, you know, personal political ambition and stuff like that. You know? Like, who are these goody two-shoes conservationists trying to save endangered leatherback turtles or coqui frogs or horseshoe crabs, you know? Don't they know that that's just the price of progress? You know? In order to boost the economy, you know, a lot of species are going to have to die, including maybe ours, you know? But that's a small price to pay for me to, you know, get a third vacation home or a fourth yacht or whatever, you know? Won't somebody think of the yacht owners? Anywho, let's continue.
This section provides financial assistance, encourages foreign programs, provides personnel, and conducts or supports law enforcement investigations.
So this is cool. There's actually an international component to the Endangered Species Act as well. When I was putting my background together today, I was trying to focus on species that exist or existed within the bounds of the U.S. I guess I failed with Dinornis there, the MOA next to Richard Owen. But apart from that, I think most all of these other species, including the stellar sea cow there, now extinct, these are all within the borders of the United States. I guess except for some of these critters on that phylogeny there. But you can't even tell what they are from here. So yeah. And Snow Denchi says, what's that comic? Yeah. They created... There we go. Yeah. Classic. Yes, the planet got destroyed, but for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for shareholders. Because at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, right? Who cares if some species go extinct? Like our own species, for instance. Won't somebody please think of the shareholders? Yeah. Ironic that this is on former Twitter. The link there, but yeah. But there you go, Snow Denchi. Thank you for for bringing this up. I should print this and put it up on the wall one of these days. Here's a link if you'd like to get the backstory behind this comic. think of it often? I do too, Snowdenchi. It's iconic. Yeah. Anyhow, continue.
So, let's talk about Section 9, which covers prohibited acts. This section of the Endangered Species Act provides prohibitions that protect listed wildlife species from threats of take and commercial trade, and prohibitions that protect listed plants from threats of commercial trade.
Don't you hate the endangered wildlife store? They really ought to close that thing down, you know? It's a huge anti-vax problem here in Alberta, Canada. Oh, yeah, Alberta, chaotic kitten. Do you live in Alberta? Ugh. Alberta's wonderful for fossils, but... And the lack of rats is kind of cool, too. But, man, is there... Let's say there's a lot of improvements to be made in that province. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Godspeed to you, chaotic kitten.
Collection or malicious destruction on federal lands, and similar actions that violate state law.
Look at the names here. And I like how remorseful they look too. You know? Make wildlife criminals afraid again.
Section 10 of the Act provides exceptions to the Section 9 prohibitions. Under Section 10, the service can issue two kinds of permits that allow limited take of listed species under very specific conditions. Section 10A1A permits authorize the take of listed species for scientific purposes or to enhance the propagation or survival of listed species.
So this is one of the important things, and this is a clause that I really like in the Endangered Species Act, is like, it's not a complete blanket protection of endangered species. You know, it's like, if you need to collect a specimen for scientific purposes, you can get permission to do that. I really like that, you know, it's not letting the letter of the law negate the spirit of the law. If the purpose is to help preserve a species, like maybe you need to collect a specimen. Maybe one of those needs to be, for lack of a better word, sacrificed, I guess, in order to learn critical information about the species so that you can continue to conserve the rest of the living members of that species, that population, you know? But yeah. Oh, and Lukai says, for example, catching an animal alive for a breeding program. That's part of it too, but also sometimes, like, in order to gain critical information, like, I don't know, you have to capture a species alive, or maybe it even might die in the process. Not a species, an individual of that species. I like that there's some protections for scientists in here. It's like, sometimes science is a little messy. Sometimes you might have to collect a specimen, and it might die in the process. If that's for the greater good of the species, then within reason you can do that, you know?
NA1A permits authorize the take of listed species for scientific purposes or to enhance the propagation or survival of listed species. These permits cover intentional take of species.
Yep.
This contrasts with Section 10A1B permits, which authorize the incidental take of listed species caused by otherwise lawful activities of non-federal entities.
So, incidental take, this is actually a huge thing within sea turtle conservation, because I think it's the Fisheries Service under NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I want to say this is the same thing. They allow for the incidental take of a certain number of sea turtles every year, where it's like, yeah, when you're out there fishing with these enormous, like, industrial scale fishing operations, you know, we expect that some sea turtles are going to die, even though that they're endangered. And so they'll basically, like, they'll say, well, you can kill a set number of these endangered species, individuals from these species, because they essentially say that's the cost of doing business. And this is controversial. Like, I'm of the opinion that those numbers should be reduced. You know, these are species that are careening toward extinction, especially in the case of like leatherback turtles. I don't know what my level of comfort, like, what is the appropriate number of dead leatherback turtles every year caught as bycatch in fishing nets? I don't know what that number is, but I think it should absolutely be lower than what the number is now. Does that make sense? But there's a problem here, and that the U.S. does a pretty good job of enforcing these things. Other countries don't. So when there are fishing fleets from other countries, they don't have these kinds of regulations. And so if U.S.-based fishing boats are restricted here, people working in these fishing fleets argue, well, we're the ones being regulated. We adhere to these regulations because the U.S. enforces them. We have to leave these areas if we catch a certain number of turtles, which means the fishing fleets from other countries can come in, and they're not regulated, and they can do whatever they please and catch as many turtles as they want. And so that is a serious issue, you know? There needs to be international cooperation here. We need, enforcement of these rules on an international level. Because out on the high seas, and even in, the domestic waters of the U.S., sometimes fishing boats from other countries can get away with murder, essentially. So, yeah. And Murph says fishing operations down here have a % bycatch they are required to report on. Yeah, and how much of the reporting is really accurate is a matter of debate. But the point is, they are more heavily monitored and regulated than the fishing fleets of almost any other country. So yeah. Yeah, Chaotic Kitten, there's bad stuff going down in Alberta, I know. I've heard a lot of murmuring from Albertans, too, that they want to secede from Canada and join the United States. Some of them were, begging for an invasion of the United States military to, annex Alberta by force. It's... let's call it that province, but yeah, there's... I don't know. Ugh. Yeah. Figure out how to permanently move to Ireland. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck, Chaotic Kitten. It's... you have my sympathies and my most heartfelt encouragement and solidarity. Yeah. What a time to be alive, huh? It's just crafting cherry. I mean, yeah. Yeah. And Silphirian... I don't know if they're the worst, but that's the thing. I don't know. I've been talking with some folks from China who are involved with wildlife conservation, and they're currently trying to really make inroads in the Chinese government, really trying to change policy, and they're optimistic right now. Yeah. When I was a kid growing up, the real, poster child for wanton destruction on the open seas was Norway and Japan. I read some books that painted the Norwegians and the Japanese as just essentially pirates. Yeah, we're gonna go around and kill a bunch of whales and nobody can tell us not to do it. Norway, absolutely crafting cherry, yeah. 1,000,000%. Yeah, whaling. I think it might still be like that, but yeah. Yeah. They didn't stop till the mid-'80s? No, I think they're still going today, in 2025, Claire. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we had Star Trek IV Revenge of the Whales, exactly, Claire. And Lukai says whale meat is certainly still in the market in Norway? Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue with this.
To wrap up the remaining section of the Endangered Species Act, Section 11 describes the civil and criminal penalties for violating provisions of the Endangered Species Act, and the remaining sections 12 through 18 cover other miscellaneous materials. The intent of this video was to provide a very quick overview of the Endangered Species Act. It is likely no surprise that the Act itself is much more complex, but we hope that you walk away with a better understanding of what the document is and how it works.
There we go.
And be on the lookout for other videos in this series and training opportunities at the National Conservation Training Center.
Cool stuff. A little dry, but good explainer video from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about the Endangered Species Act, why it's important, and what's actually in it. So with that, let's get back to here. Give you this link again. Help save the Endangered Species Act. Again, we're doing what we can here. We've done 2 of these so far. Interagency cooperation. Let's take a look at this one. And, here we go. So, the comment period for this goes through December 21st. It's in less than 3 weeks. So the Trump administration, again, is trying to gut protections here. For anybody just waltzing in, let me bring you up to date here. Find this within the last month, let's say.
Now, CNN chief climate correspondent Bill.
And is this the same one that I had queued up here? Let's take a look at this.
President Trump is trying to make it easier to build in locations where endangered species live across the U.S. He's planning to do this by overhauling the Endangered Species Act. It was established in 1973 to protect fish, wildlife, and plants that are listed as threatened or endangered. Under the Act, any business or activity that harms a protected species would be a violation. Well, Tracy Wolf joins us now. She's the senior coordinating producer for the CBS News Climate Unit, becoming quite a regular here on the Daily Report, and we are grateful to you for that. So how exactly could the president make it so that you could...
Yeah, overhauling, what a euphemism. Yeah, more like castrating, hobbling, decapitating, perhaps? Yeah.
Build in areas where endangered species live.
Destroying.
So anytime industry or business wants to develop a building, wants to drill, wants to log, anytime they want to do some major economic activity, there's a host of environmental regulations that industry needs to abide by. What President Trump is trying to do here with the Endangered Species Act and with a lot of other environmental regulations.
And again, all of these weasel words and euphemisms, engaging in, economic activities. Like, you're talking about deforestation. You're talking about destroying habitats, Economic activity, corporate speak, exactly. Oh, man. Was this the one that we watched a few months ago and it just got my blood boiling?
Is cut that red tape. So when the
red tape. I mean, these are the laws that are in place to prevent these species from going extinct. Calling that red tape it's maddening, Have these people no conscience? Like,
Endangered Species Act was established in 1973. The main framework of that act was to protect critical habitat for threatened and endangered species. And so what it did was it established the definition of harm, meaning you can no longer harm an animal if it could lead to that species extinction. Well, harm in this sense means building or destroying its habitat. When you look at why species go extinct, more often.
Okay, so is she trying to do like a wishy-washy middle of the road thing here? I'm a little confused about where she's coming from here, and let's hear her out.
Than not, it's not because we are hunting that species to extinction. It's because we're damaging critical habitat where the species lives that eventually renders the species extinct. So the whole purpose behind the Endangered Species Act was to conserve critical habitat. And what Trump is trying to do here is say, hey, I'm not saying that we're no longer allowed to kill these animals. I'm saying it's okay for us to go in and build in these critically endangered areas where these animals live. So
Okay. So this is one of these things that if Reiko's still here, he could probably comment on this as well. What was the phrase? Here we go. I love this. This is a serious problem that we have with journalism in the United States. There's this like false balance thing that journalists think that they think it's a good thing to strike this like false balance. So unfortunately in the US, in US journalism, it is considered neutral to spread a lie, but it is considered biased to call out a lie. So there is a structural asymmetry that rewards colorful lies with virality. This partly has to do with what we're talking about. This idea of like false balance. Teach the controversy was the slogan that creationists used back in the 2000s, I guess. Yeah. Here's a nice graphical representation of teach the controversy. Maybe dinosaur fossils really were buried by the devil, you know? Who are we to say? Paleontologists, geologists, evolutionary biologists, scientists say that these are the ancient remains of living things that are now buried in the Earth's crust, by natural processes. But other people say that the devil buried them bones, and that's that. So yeah. Anywho. And so, who is she again? Shoot, I don't want to disparage her unnecessarily.
Well, Tracy Wolf joins us now. She's the
who is she?
Senior coordinating producer for the CBS News Climate Unit, becoming quite a...
Okay, so she is a journalist. That's why we get this like kind of wishy-washy, both sidesy sort of thing, you know? Yeah. Anyhow.
I'm saying it's okay for us to go in and build in these critically endangered areas where these animals live.
So
and that's what he's trying to
So she's not saying that's her opinion, but I don't know, I feel like she's framing this in a conspicuously neutral to the point of like being misleading kind of way.
What are environmentalists saying about this? Could this lead to more endangered or even extinct species?
As you can imagine, environmentalists are incredibly concerned. As we've seen with a lot of rollbacks of environmental regulation, there's a lot of different ramifications when we start pulling back these guardrails. Environmental organizations will fight tooth and nail. They will take the administration to court to make sure that these rollbacks don't happen. But they did say that should Trump get his way, specifically with the Endangered Species Act, we could see very long-term permanent effects of these rollbacks.
So we are expecting legal challenges.
Absolutely. I imagine that already that groups like the Center for Biological Diversity, they have been very forthright in trying to protect these species, and not just against the Trump administration. I should say that these types of battles, this has been a very political act for quite some time. And even under the Biden administration, groups were suing the Biden administration for his attempts to build solar panels on federal land, because that was happening in areas where the endangered sage grouse lived, for example.
Yeah, honestly, the Biden administration did a lot of really awful things as well. Continuing to like build the border wall and stuff like that in critical habitat across the U.S.-Mexico border and that kind of thing. Not good.
So this is something that we've seen under many administrations, but this is the first time that we've ever seen a president just basically try to undercut the Endangered Species Act entirely.
Let's switch gears. Let's talk about two different rulings that were issued that stop the administration from terminating billions in climate grants. I've been reading a lot about this. Can you explain the decisions? What comes next?
Right. So, like many things that the Trump administration has been doing, anything that deals with climate and money, they've been trying to freeze, rescind, and terminate. So there were two different lawsuits here by different environmental organizations that amounted to billions.
Silferian says they're tiptoeing around, afraid of getting sued. Every single word is picked to stay neutral. I don't think the issue is they're afraid of being sued, because in the U.S. there are really robust protections for free speech. It's not like in the UK where you don't really have that sort of thing around free speech. Like the libel and slander laws are much more robust and far-reaching in places like the UK, for instance. And the U.S., that is one of the things I really like about the U.S. is that we do have freedom of speech. Sometimes to our detriment, but like it's something I like about this country. So I don't really think it's that, you know?
Billions of dollars that had been allocated to grant recipients to do climate-based work. And so both
through the Inflation Reduction Act or multiple buckets?
Great question. It was both through the Inflation Reduction Act and through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Act. And so what both of these judges ruled is that the Trump administration and their related agencies like the EPA, Interior, Energy, the Department of Agriculture, they do not have the power to rescind money that had already been previously appropriated by Congress through these laws. And so what the judges are saying is you don't have the power to take this money away. You need to immediately start granting the recipients their cash.
But real world impacts, when you say recipients, these are recipients, farmers, for example, who have already done the work because they were promised the money, right? And so now they're literally just waiting to get reimbursed.
Exactly. I mean, this was money that was appropriated back in 2022, 2023, 2024.
So they decided, I'll put solar panels on my farm or something like that.
Yes, exactly. This is farmers or small businesses that had received funds to put solar panels. Maybe it was farmers doing regenerative agricultural practices to help prevent soil erosion.
Okay, I see.
Maybe it was other small businesses that were looking to put water heaters, low energy water heaters in public housing, for example. So there's a lot of different recipients at play here. But again, this will get appealed, and I imagine we will see this back at the Supreme Court pretty soon.
And a lot of those people have been calling for those funds to be released. All right, we know you'll stay on top of it. Tracy Wolf, thank you. President Trump is...
Yeah, that wasn't particularly informative, I guess. Do I dare look at the comments? Okay, surprisingly, people in the comment section on YouTube are in favor of environmental regulation and environmental protections. Good for them. You never know with YouTube comments. Sometimes it's just a cesspool of... Anywho, here's a link to that video in case you want to see what I'm talking about. But yeah, I don't feel like that was a particularly insightful or useful. Yeah. Sorry, I showed it to you. Yeah. Why don't we talk about the foundations of the Endangered Species Act? Here's a video from hang on just a second. Can I find a clip of that? Maybe not. Shoot. This is a clip from the TV show 30 Rock.
Tell me what to do. Nixon.
Here's an example of Nixon doing the right thing? Video from the Richard Nixon Foundation. Discover how he shaped our world. I mean, fair. He was a very influential president. Like, there are a lot of different things that happened because of Richard Nixon. We put it that way. Richard Milhouse Nixon, exactly, said Ferry. Yeah. He invented the panda bear. Did you know that?
Here at the National Zoo,
No.
they will be enjoyed by the millions of people who come from across the country to visit the nation's capital each year.
There's Pat
All
Nixon.
children, whatever.
Yeah, sometimes people forget, but Richard Nixon was actually the husband of Patricia Nixon.
To visit.
Yeah. Who would give all kinds of speeches like this, and what did she do? She wasn't Keep America Beautiful. She was what was her thing? I forget.
Visit the nation's capital each year. All children, whatever age, will enjoy, and I include myself in that category. I think pandemonium is going to break out right here at the zoo.
It was at one of the banquets, and my mother was seated next to Zhou Enlai, and the Chinese, it was 72, and there were...
Marika says, is Nixon one of the presidents during the Vietnam War? He was, yes. He was president at the end of the Vietnam War, but kind of colluded to keep the war going for a while, along with Henry Kissinger. Millions of people died as a result. It was not good. So, I feel like for a while people were kind of praising Richard Nixon for like, oh, he ended the war, but no, he kind of kept it going for a few extra years.
heavy smokers, and in front of each person's place was a cylinder of Panda cigarettes. And so my mother and Zhou Enlai are making polite conversation.
She'll let the
talking,
Girl
and
Scouts.
at
Oh,
one
cool.
point she
Okay.
put her
I remember this now.
hand
Thank you,
out,
Claire.
and she pointed to the cigarettes and she said, "Oh, they're just so adorable. I love them." And he said, "Well, I'll give you some." And my mother said, "Cigarettes?" And no, he said, "Pandas."
Panda diplomacy. This was a real thing. The Chinese gift of giant pandas in the National Zoo in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, set into motion new efforts to conserve species in the United States. I mean, this was... I don't know if it set those efforts in motion, but it was part of that rising tide, for sure. In 1972, President Nixon declared that conservation efforts in the United States aimed at preventing the extinction of species were inadequate to do more. Nixon signed the Endangered Species Act into law on December 28, 1973.
My name is Lee Talbot. I'm an environmental advisor to the World Bank, various other governments, and the United Nations. It covers virtually all plants and animals including invertebrates and reptiles.
Including invertebrates. Wait, what did he say? Oh, music to my ears. He said the word, chat. He said the word. Listen.
All plants and animals including invertebrates and reptiles, birds.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Reptiles, birds.
One more time.
Reptiles, birds.
That's a pronunciation you just never hear anymore. It's so like mid-century, almost like transatlantic. Reptiles. I want to make an alert with that, with him and John Ostrom and anybody else that we hear using that pronunciation. I just love it.
Reptiles.
One more time.
Reptiles.
Reptiles. Wait, what'd he say? Seago stream? Here.
What you're doing?
Reptiles, birds.
Reptiles. I love it.
Birds, etc. It covers threatened species. Those.
It reminds me of Here, Dirt.
Span of about 350 million. I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years, from the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic, all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
I'm sorry, the age of what? One more time?
It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Yeah. Reptiles. You just never hear that anymore. I love it.
Reptiles, birds, etc. It covers threatened species, those that are threatened with endangerment but aren't there yet, as well as endangered species.
You could make a reptiles emote to go with birds. I could, Claire. That's an interesting idea. Reptiles. Just put an apostrophe where the I should be. Reptiles. And a fish one. Yeah.
Which are truly in danger of extinction now.
Anyway, sorry, we're detracting from the message of this video. Like, you know, it's nice to say something nice, even about Richard Nixon. He did sign into law the Endangered Species Act, which really puts things into perspective, you know? To think that, you know, if that's a measure of goodness or evilness, how does the current presidential administration fall on this scale compared to the Nixon administration? Oh boy, oof indeed, Claire. Yeah.
Under his first 3 or 4 years in the 1970s, his administration passed more environmental legislation than probably all the others together going back to Teddy Roosevelt.
Yep. Pretty impressive, you know? Tricky Dick, he did some things right, namely the Endangered Species Act. So yeah. One good thing, he did a few others. The EPA as well, the Environmental Protection Agency. That was Nixon. Yeah, old Ricky Nix. But yeah, if we support you on Patreon, do we get Patron? I mean, you won't get it from Patreon, but you could certainly buy some at the stores. Yeah. Nixon loved reptiles, says Mary. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. I find myself needing to go to the bathroom. So let me put another video on for you real quick. Let's take a look at this. So, speaking of the kind of newly formed environmental movement in the US in the late 60s and early 70s, there were a lot of things going on in the culture at the time. One of the biggest things, something that gets a lot of attention today, rightfully so, I think, is the work of Rachel Carson. Is anybody familiar with this author and activist, Rachel Carson? If you're not, let's take a look. This will give you some more background on the Endangered Species Act. And I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Yeah, Silent Spring, Mikey likes. Yes, indeed. You got it.
It was 1962, the height of the Cold War, a moment when unrelenting anxiety about the future was leavened by an abiding faith in the power of science to secure our safety and prosperity. Then came an incendiary book that sowed seeds of doubt.
This is one of the nation's best sellers, first printed on September 27, 1962. Up to now, 500,000 copies have been sold, and Silent Spring has been called the most controversial book of the year.
At the eye of the storm was Rachel Carson, one of the most celebrated American writers of her time. With her first 3 books, a lyrical trilogy about the sea, Carson had opened people's eyes to the natural world. Now, in Silent Spring, she delivered the dark warning that they might soon destroy it.
If we are ever to solve the basic problem of environmental contamination, we must begin to count the many hidden costs of what we are doing.
Ms. Carson maintains that the balance of nature is a major force in the survival of man, whereas the modern chemist, the modern biologist, the modern scientist believes that man is steadily controlling nature.
It was sort of the gospel at the time that human ingenuity would triumph over nature. What Carson was arguing was for caution. She really confronted the orthodoxies of her time.
She was accused of being a communist, of being a hysterical female Luddite. The reaction was to attack the messenger.
I mean, shoot, if that makes you a radical woman, communist, Luddite, whatever, then call me that too. Whatever, she was right. Part of me wants to push back against this idea that, like, that was the scientific orthodoxy at the time, is that mankind needs to triumph over nature and, you know, we are apart from nature. I've read the writing of some paleontologists at the time who were very much on board with the idea that human beings are 100% a part of nature. Like, we have natural origins, we are subject to the laws of nature and everything else. Like, I don't know, I want to push back against that idea a little bit. And I feel like a lot of, at least a few biologists at the time, were also on board with the idea that, like, shoot, the natural world is our life support system. These may not have been the people who were, like, at the tops of their fields, who rose to those highest ranks and got all the big grants and everything else, because especially during the Cold War, like, there was such a focus on national security at the time that, like, I don't know, if you were concerned about protecting the environment and your work showed that, maybe you wouldn't be promoted to the extent that other people were, who were much more gung-ho about, like, U.S. military dominance and stuff like that. But anyhow, yeah. And there you go, Luca. Yeah, not much different than today. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, let's go back a little bit.
She was accused of being a communist, of being a hysterical female Luddite. The reaction was to attack the messenger.
Again, that is much like today as well, you know? If you express concern about pollution, about deforestation, habitat destruction, overhunting, overfishing, I don't know, a lot of people today get smeared with these same accusations and epithets and everything else.
Carson was an unlikely heretic, dutiful, demure, and so jealous of her solitude that her most intimate relationship was conducted mainly through letters. She thrust herself into the public eye, all the while harboring a secret that was literally killing her.
Yeah.
To some, Silent Spring was an act of heroism. To others, an irresponsible breach of scientific objectivity. But there could be no dispute that with her rebuke to modern technological science, Carson had shattered a paradigm.
And it hurts my heart as a scientist to hear a call for the preservation of nature being a rebuke to modern science. Like, again, I like to think that my own field, paleontology, which I'm very fond of, we would be the people who would be saying, hey, extinction is a problem. We need to be avoiding this. But I don't know. That is the thing, is that in the 1950s and 1960s, American science was very much seen as like the man, you know? Part of the establishment. This is like, you know, the US government, the military, national security, and scientists, you know, all this idea of like American hegemony, industrialization. I don't know. There were certainly a lot of scientists who were 1,000,000% gung-ho about this. Nowadays, scientists, I think, are starting to, or in many cases have kind of returned to their roots as being kind of anti-establishment. Questioning things, being like, hey, people in power, are you sure about that? Do you really know what you're talking about? Let's look at the data. Let's follow the evidence wherever it leads. Less kowtowing to authority and more questioning authority, you know? That's, I think, the proper role of a scientist. But the kinds of science that were being really heavily funded in the US in the 50s and 60s, I don't know, weren't really going along with that. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Rachel Carson not only changed the kind of questions we ask about the environment, I think she caused us to start to ask those questions. She's the instigator.
In mid-July 1945, as the Second World War ground on in the Pacific, and weary Americans scanned the morning's headlines for the word victory, Rachel Carson was trying to call attention to what she believed was a war against the Earth. Carson was 38 that summer
DDT,
and restless.
right?
A writer by inclination and a biologist by training, she'd spent much of the previous decade in the employ of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, overseeing publications about its conservation work.
There we go. That makes a lot of sense. I kind of forgot that about Rachel Carson, but she did work for Fish and Wildlife. Again, the same agency that enforces the Endangered Species Act.
The job paid the bills, but Carson craved a wider audience. Now, the agency had undertaken a study she felt warranted public attention. As she put it in a letter to the popular monthly Reader's Digest, practically at my back door in Maryland, an experiment of more than ordinary interest and importance is going on. On a vast forested tract at the Patuxent Research Refuge, not far from Carson's home in Silver Spring, fish and wildlife scientists had begun to examine the environmental impacts of a relatively new chemistry lab creation, a so-called synthetic pesticide known as DDT.
Yep.
Dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane, DDT. It was first synthesized back in the 19th century, and it sat on lab shelves for decades. Nobody knew if it did anything, if it had any useful purpose, until 1939, when a Swiss chemist named Paul Muller discovered that it was a very potent insecticide. It killed all
That wasn't all it did, unfortunately, as we'll get to.
all kinds of bugs very readily.
Absorbed through the feet or other parts of the body, DDT affects the nervous system and motor coordination of the insect. Several hours elapse before symptoms develop. Then in sequence follow restlessness, tremors, convulsions, paralysis, and death.
Farmers have been doing war with insects and other pests for a long time, and they had been using what we think of now as almost obviously homicidal poisons to do that.
Yep.
But for the first time, we have a sort of new generation pesticide.
So it is important to remember that in many ways, DDT was an improvement over what came before. But it wasn't well studied enough, you know? It seemed like this miracle cure for getting rid of pests, like insects. I'm not calling insects pests. They're incredible, wonderful critters. Love insects. They're very important. But from an agricultural perspective, people call them pests, you know.
It's a whole new fascinating kind of chemical formula that's not obviously...
Mommy Does says arsenic was used until the 90s. Arsenic is still used today. No, I think arsenic is considered organic, so it's like an organic pesticide. So there are organic and biodynamic farms that use arsenic to this day, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's USDA certified organic, isn't it? Anyway.
Toxic to people. And insects are dying all over the place.
After the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the U.S. military had rushed DDT to the battle zones in an effort to protect American troops from insect-borne diseases such as typhus, which was spread by lice and left untreated could kill.
This was Naples, Italy, shortly after the Allied occupation. Its crowded population lacked almost everything for the safeguarding of public health. The perfect setup for epidemic.
Naples is really a city under siege, and typhus spreads quickly under those kinds of conditions. So they set up spray stations in the cities, spraying thousands of people a day with hand sprayers, people who wanted to get sprayed, people who didn't want to get sprayed, children, elderly.
Next, the 40,000 Italians dwelling in the jam-packed air raid shelters were deloused.
Jeez.
In all, more than 1 million people were dusted with DDT, and the epidemic was stopped in its tracks. Neapolitans, the New York Times reported, are now throwing DDT at brides instead of rice.
They forgot to check if it bioaccumulated. Yeah, there you go, Colconnect. Yeah. But yeah, and synthberry, I mean, that was the thing, is that this was considered safe for people. And I think for the most part, DDT is still considered safe for people. It's what it does to other critters in the environment, like birds, for instance, thinning their eggshells, causing mortality of their offspring. That's a really nasty thing.
Meanwhile, in the tropical Pacific theater, where more soldiers had been sidelined by malaria than by gunshot wounds, entire islands were saturated with DDT.
That's cool, Petit Prince Encore. Speaking to this idea that I was talking about of how scientists should question authority. Le Petit Prince talks about this here. Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, the one who wrote the book about algebra and whose name would become algorithm, already argued back then in a paper for Scientific Method and Independence of Science, or Scientists from Rulers. I like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Douglas MacArthur once said that in war, an army commander had 3 divisions, one in the front fighting, one in reserve, and one in the rear being refitted. He said, I have one in the front, one in reserve, and one in the hospital because of malaria. But with DDT, that problem diminished substantially. It was considered to be a miracle substance in that it saved hundreds of thousands of lives.
By the middle of 1944, Time magazine had pronounced DDT one of the great scientific discoveries of World War II.
An illiterate scholar says it's like they're fighting against nature as well. I mean, they were fighting against things like mosquitoes. I mean, in an ideal situation, you wouldn't have to do this. But then you have the Second World War raging, you know? Yeah.
To Reader's Digest, Rachel Carson was offering a new angle, a piece exploring DDT's potential to cause collateral damage to wildlife.
Biologists with the Fish and Wildlife Service begin to see pretty quickly that when DDT is used in certain areas, there's evidence of problems. There's evidence of fish kill or bird kill. And they see that. And like any expert, they publish it in a place where other experts will read it. But how that information then filters...
So what she means is they publish it in a scientific journal. So it's not getting out there into the general public. It's in the scientific literature. You know?
...out to a larger public is a very big question.
Carson understood the implications of this. She wanted to write a story warning people that we need to be a little bit careful with this. This looks like it's a great thing, but we maybe need to be cautious in how we use it, how much of it we use.
But Reader's Digest doesn't want this article. They essentially say, oh, housewives would be just turned off by this. They wouldn't want to know about this terrible stuff. So no, thank you.
And we've got an entire documentary about Rachel Carson here. Shoot, I didn't realize this was a snippet from a much larger piece, but there is the full article right there. There you go. And, I know, right, Lenina? Incredibly condescending toward homemakers there. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Let's see if I can find another clip here that helped to kind of kickstart the environmental movement here in the U.S., which led to the Endangered Species Act.
This is one of the nation's best sellers. Up to now, 500,000 copies have been sold, and Silent Spring has been called the most controversial book of the year.
Rachel Carson's push to limit the use of powerful pesticides like DDT helped spark the American environmental movement.
Rachel Carson is one of those rare
Oh, and hang on. Sen Gaiman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to
individuals who brought about change in all of our lives.
But the seeming loss of this pesticide in the fight against malaria also turned her into a poster child for environmental regulation gone too far.
DDT was eliminated and malaria made a comeback, and millions of children in the third world have died because of this nonsense.
Although environmentalists worship her, I say she's a mass murderer.
Oh boy, is this more of this, like, both sides nonsense? Oh boy.
If you discredit Rachel Carson, you discredit the founding principle of the EPA. The idea that Carson gave DDT such a bad name that it was banned in much of the world is a gross oversimplification.
As the world continues its fight against malaria, what lesson does Silent Spring hold?
Anyhow, we're not going to watch this whole thing. But here's a link in case you want them. Yeah. Dana Rohrabacher. Oh, is that who that was, Dr. Morbius? Oh, boy. Was he the, He's from Montana, right? Do I remember this correctly? Or was he the... He wasn't the guy who... No, that was Paul Brown, am I thinking of. There was a member on the U.S. House of Representatives House Science Committee, Paul Brown, and he was telling an audience somewhere, I forget, like a church audience or something, that evolution is a lie from the pit of hell. Oh, he's from Orange County. Oh, that's right, Dr. Morbius. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. Oof. Anyway. Let's talk about a particular critter who relies on the environmental protections laid out in the Endangered Species Act. Do we have any fans of amphibians here in the chat? Salamanders, maybe? Any salamander fans here in the chat right now?
New at 6, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is looking at federal protections for an East Tennessee salamander. They thrive in clean, freshwater environments, including rivers. Here in East Tennessee, some of those devastated by Hurricane Helene.
10 News reporter Olivia Degg joining us in studio. And Olivia, you spoke to an expert
This is such a cool name.
about the impact of adding a new layer of protection for the hellbender salamander.
You heard that correctly. This critter is properly called the Hellbender. What a cool name, right? Yeah, let's look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. Hellbender. These are giant salamanders. Not a reptile. This is true, Desmodus. They are amphibians. The Hellbender. Cryptobranchus alleghaniensis. From the Allegheny Mountains. In giant, they get big. You will see, Le Petit Prince. They get big. Check them out.
Robin, John, experts I spoke to today say if you find an eastern hellbender, it's a good indicator of a clean and healthy environment. But scientists aren't seeing enough young salamanders in the wild. Putting them on the endangered species list could help the future of the Smoky Mountains.
Under river rocks, along babbling brooks, you'll find the eastern hellbender salamander.
Their other common name is called the snot otter, because basically when you grab them, they just kind of squeeze out of your hand.
So what do you think is a cooler name, chat? Hellbender or snot otter? Why don't you run a poll here? Which is the better name? Hellbender or snot otter? Make your voice heard. Snot otter's winning so far. Holy cow. 6-1. Oh, 6-3. Hellbender making a comeback here. I'm hellbent on not letting my snot get odded. Fair, Cacklinsworth. Fair. All right, snot otter is winning with half the time left. 16 votes to 7. I think snot otter also would work better for conservation efforts, says Le Petit Prince. And there we go. Snot otter wins. Well, well, well.
You'll find the eastern hellbender salamander.
Their other common name is called the snot otter, because basically when you grab them, they just kind of squeeze out of your hand because they have this secretion.
This expert at Zoo Knoxville says the Smokies is a prime spot for the hellbender, but they're found in 15 states.
Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee play a really significant role for the...
Hang on, is your home state in here, chat? Yeah, looks like we've got Georgia, maybe the tip of South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, and up into Pennsylvania. Darn. These are areas where numerous healthy populations still exist, are there in yellow, and then the original hellbender range is there in gray, so they might not exist throughout many of these gray areas today.
States.
Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee played a really significant role.
And Le Petit Prince says it's just sad to see how large the area originally was. Yeah. I mean, you look at the range map of just about, well, not any species, but many, 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 many species today.
This was our
follow this pattern.
225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
not even then, just maybe a few decades or maybe a century ago, George from New York, and ranges used to look like this for so many different species. Holy cow. Thank you so much for the 35 months of support. I appreciate it very much, George. Thank you for keeping me here online. Yeah. Good stuff.
15 states.
Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee played a really significant role for this species because we are fortunate that we have a lot of clean flowing rivers.
Experts have been...
Mommy Does says, I would bet a lot of money that there used to be a good population along the Savannah River of South Carolina when they dug out the lakes and destroyed it.
No expense.
It happens. I'm sorry to hear that. And George from New York, thank you for the gift sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Lovely. Yeah.
Steadily tracking their populations, which are aging and dwindling with pollution. Then Helene destroyed their habitats.
There are countless images of hellbenders just being washed, after the floods receded.
It's something scientists like Will Harlan are looking at firsthand in Asheville.
The places where Helene hit hardest happen to be the exact places where hellbenders were doing the best.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is considering protecting them under the Endangered Species Act. This North Carolina scientist says saving these creatures could help communities rebuild after the hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, if you can bring in conservation dollars to a place like this, that can help jumpstart the local economy.
Restore hellbender habitat, clean rivers. We're also going to help businesses rebuild or expand so that recreation and tourism can continue to flourish in this region.
Yep.
Protecting.
So that's the thing, is that like if you have once flourishing, beautiful waterways and then it gets destroyed by a hurricane and then people go, oh, well, it's trashed, so we might as well just pollute it, dump things into it. Who cares? Nobody's going to want to visit anymore. You have an opportunity where there's, I don't want to sound callous by saying it's a fresh start, but like you have an opportunity to do something really cool there. And I hope that's what they do.
This slimy critter could hold the key to a cleaner future for Appalachia.
There you go.
Now, they're not officially on the Endangered Species Act list yet. There's about a 60-day period for public comment, but both experts I talked to today feel pretty confident they're going to be added to that list. And then the goal, of course, is to get them back up to a healthy population where they don't need to be on the list anymore.
Olivia will continue to follow it. Thank you.
Cool stuff. This is from 11 months ago. There was a 60-day comment period. It does make me wonder whether the Eastern Hellbender is on the list now. Eastern Hellbender. There we go. Did find that it was warranted, but did they actually list it? Eastern Hellbender. Search. Overview. Month petition finding. Find a species. There we go. Eastern Hellbender. And this is where we were, but okay. Interesting. I don't know if it has like an official listing, yay or nay, now yet. But yeah. Oh, in 2024, the service proposed proposed to list the eastern hellbender as endangered throughout its entire range, due to threats from sedimentation, water quality degradation, habitat destruction, disease, and direct mortality. Of the 626 known historical populations, so this is like individual populations where these critters lived. You can think of these as like colonies of these amphibians. 41% are believed to be extirpated. So that means 41% of those different populations gone. And another 36% are declining. Addition of the eastern hellbender range-wide to the endangered species list will help prevent extinction and facilitate conservation of this unique animal. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Seago Stream says, I love indicator species. Me too. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Cool critters. Oh, it's after 6 p.m. Shoot. Well, let's go ahead and comment on some of these other ones here. Again, if you're... oh, and Ellis Ames. My goodness, well, look at this. Oh, look at that. Look at those little chickens. Oh, thank you for the...
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur
the
who
6
saved
months,
us from
Ellis
the
Ames.
American forces, we would all be dead.
Appreciate that. I'm sorry, what did you say, Chaotic Kitten? Anyway, Chaotic Kitten, thank you for the 8 months of support. They say Hellbender Salamanders would make a great band name. Snot Otter sounds like a character on a kid's show or a cartoon. Yeah, fair. One of them sounds delightfully disgusting. The other one sounds kind of self-serious but hardcore Hellbender. I don't know. You could see that like across the back of a motorcycle jacket or something. Yeah. I guess there is a motorcycle route called the West Virginia Hellbender, 132 miles over 1,300 curves. That sounds like a lot of fun, actually, for a motorcycle journey. That's cool. Huh. Anywho. Yeah, we were gonna get back into this. Here we go. The Endangered Species Act. Oh, for anybody who's just waltzing in, here we go. This is why we're talking about this today, the Endangered Species Act, and how we can
Chief
save it.
Climate Correspondent Bill Weir. This is quite a list of beloved, especially animals, in places like Florida.
There's things like sea turtles, manatees, American crocodiles, the Florida panther. I think those are some of the animals listed here, I'm guessing.
Absolutely. This, according to one spokesperson from the Center for Biological Diversity, they said, we assumed Trump would attack wildlife again, but this dumpster fire of a plan is beyond cruel. And what it does is take us back to 2019. Many of the changes he tried to make there were undone by the Joe Biden administration, but changing the rules around protecting ecosystems around the most vulnerable species out there. The big one would be economic consideration for stakeholders. So for example, if you tell a timber company, you can't cut this forest down because of endangered owls or some other creature there, they could say, well, that's going to cost us X millions of dollars. And that is a math that has never been used when it comes to saving.
That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. It's insane to make that argument. It's like, well, you know, if we can't destroy this critical habitat, think how much money we're leaving on the table, you know? If we want to, I mean, our company, we want to turn all of the manatees into dog food. Think about how much money we could make, you know? Think about all of this economic activity that you're preventing by not letting us turn the manatees into dog food, you know? We want to fill in the Grand Canyon, build a Walmart on top of it, you know? think about how valuable that real estate could be. I'm exaggerating here, obviously. This is a caricature, but you see how the underlying idea is the same? You can't come up with this rinky-dink nickel and dime thing like, oh, well, think about how much money this is that we could make if we destroy this thing. Like, no, there is real intrinsic value that cannot be quantified in these natural habitats, in these landscapes, in these endangered species. They're priceless, you know? So yeah, I agree with this guy here.
Because of endangered owls or some other creature there.
They go
Say,
totally
well, that's
beyond,
gonna cost us X millions of dollars. And that is a math that has never been used when it comes to saving particular species or very delicate entire ecosystems right now. This will be fought in court as it was in the first go around. There's a 30-day public comment period.
Which we are still in this comment period. This is why we're talking about this today. For the next 2 weeks and a bit, the comment period is still open. So we're going to be filling out 2 more comments.
That happens starting Friday there, and then it could take a couple of years for them to change these rules. But as you mentioned, so many beloved creatures, the red wolf, black-footed ferret, Florida panther, the
sea
Hawaiian
turtles,
monk seal endangered. We got the right whale, North Atlantic, the condor out in California, sea turtles as well. The Endangered Species Act has brought back songbirds and different species through the years. Has been a resounding success in some places here. But yet another indication of the Trump administration's sort of all-out war on environmental protections, species protections, all at the interest of, they say, the economy and business there. But this will be, again, hotly contested going forward. People care about these landscapes. They care about these creatures. And this will be a fight. Sarah?
Yeah, and we've seen this.
Poorly edited there, but yeah, there you go. It just cuts off. Maybe longer? Guess not. Oh well, I'm grateful that the clip exists at all. Thank you to Matthew Chapman Clips for editing that and putting it there.
Here with me now.
Here's a link. Sorry. I'm trying not to be overwhelmingly pessimistic here. That public comment window is still open. And so let's take a look at this and comment on this one. So, they're trying to gut the Endangered Species Act in the following way. They propose to revise portions of the regulation for Section 7. The proposed revisions to the Interagency Cooperation Regulations confirm the service's application of statutory requirements for interagency cooperation while continuing to provide the conservation of listed species. Here's a link to this one if you'd like to leave a comment. I'm going to right now, live on stream. Let's do this. We'll type it in Notepad and we'll copy and paste it. This proposed change. I am vehemently opposed to this change to the Endangered Species Act. Altering, in this case, right here. No, I'm just diminishing the interagency cooperation necessary for enforcing the ESA will serve to hobble this law and will directly lead the extinction of vulnerable species. There we go. Good enough. Let's go ahead and post that here. And an individual. Here's my name. I'm not a robot. Let's paste it. No, that didn't work. Okay, hang on. Copy. Paste. Submit comment. Submitted successfully. We'll do our last one too. Yeah. Again, this is... If you're as outraged about this sort of thing as I am, here's a link to where you can leave comments on 4 proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act. Make your displeasure known. Raise a fuss. Even if you're not a U.S. resident or a U.S. citizen, you can say, hey, I'm watching this from the outside of the United States, and this is going to harm wildlife the world over. They still have to read your comment, even if you're not in the U.S. You can still make a difference here, you know? So, let's take a look at the 4th one, 4th and final. So, they're proposing to remove the blanket rule option for protecting newly listed threatened species pursuant to the Section 4 of the Act. Let's comment on it. Okay. I am vehemently opposed to the changes being put forward here. Removing protections from threatened species will inevitably lead to those same species becoming endangered and then extinct. Shame on you, but no. These proposed changes make no sense and will only serve to enrich corporate interests at the expense of the wider U.S. populace. Not to mention the many species and habitats which make our country so beautiful. There we go. Good enough. Doesn't have to be goodness, why is this not copying and pasting properly? Copy, paste. There we go. Submit comment. There we go. Yeah. And enriched corporate interest is definitely what they want. It's true, MCP. Yeah. But sometimes they need to be called out for that kind of thing. You know? That needs to be seen as a negative for once. You know? Yeah. Anywho. There's that. I'm all worked up now, chat, and I got some stuff I gotta take care of tonight. I've got emails I gotta send. We're gonna have a special interview on Thursday, the second in our Fossil Finders series, and I need to type up the questions. Draft those up and send them to our interviewee. You're gonna like her a lot. I'm really excited about this. So gotta do that, gotta respond to some other emails, got a bunch of other chores to do, and then gotta put away a bunch of boxes from Christmas decorations. That's one of my chores for tonight. I'm gonna take care of that, help Ios and Lordy out with that. So, without further ado, let's wrap up today's stream. Don't go away just yet. We are gonna see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if we can find somebody. Provided our credits will roll properly. Come on now. Come on, credits. Refresh cache. Let's see if that works. I don't know what's up with Streamlabs, but there we go. Good. Okay. Who else is on right now? Science Streams is on. Well. Let's go right into Science Streams. Good stuff. I know today's topic was a little heady. Talking about politics and unpleasant stuff like that. Thank you for sticking with me through today's broadcast, everybody. I really appreciate that. I know it was not the most fun, but it's important stuff, and I really appreciate your enthusiasm and support and thoughtfulness, and I hope I didn't snap at anybody today. They all worked up. I love you all. Thank you so much for making it possible for me to do this full time. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits, from new followers and raiders to the subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I appreciate that more than you know. And thank you also to our loyal and stalwart and beloved moderators for doing everything that you do to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, keeping me sane in the process. I appreciate you mods more than you know. We're gonna go right into Science Streams, doing some science. Belint and Lita are both active research scientists, and they're doing science outreach here on Twitch full time. Let's go support them with a raid. I'll see you there, chat. Take care.